Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style. Summary. In this alternate universe, after absorbing the Juubi to save the Shinobi Alliance, Naruto is betrayed by the very people he bled to protect. Fearing his godlike power, the Kage and Konoha force him into banishment. 10 years later, a guilt-ridden Konoha finally realizes their catastrophic mistake. They want their hero back to restore his clans and use his power once again. But when Tsunade sends a letter demanding his return, the reply she gets shakes the village to its core. Naruto isn't waiting in the shadows. He has built a new life in the kingdom of Hyrule with his wives, including the Twilight Princess Midna and his ten-tailed companion Yadajime, and he has a chilling message for the Leaf Village: leave me alone or face the wrath of all of Hyrule. Welcome to a world where Konoha's biggest mistake becomes Hyrule's greatest protector. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Tremor 230, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. Lemon warning. I tried to make this story lemon-free. However, they were simply too many. Yes, they happened to be quite graphic, and despite my better judgment I kept them. Once again, the algorithm will punish the video, and I will require your help by dropping a like or comment to make this series popular. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 4: Tearing Down the Twilight Veil. Konoha Barbecue Restaurant. The group of young men and women formerly friends of the escaped Jinchuriki were sitting quietly in the closed restaurant for a quiet meeting between friends, all in memory of dear old times when they were just young genin. Who asked for the pork? Chuji asked from the kitchen, being the only one with the permission to touch anything in there. I have, thank you, Sakura said with a sigh. No news yet? Tenten asked. No, our dear blonde knows how to stay hidden no matter the fact that with all the chakra he now possesses, every half-assed censor should have found him, the pink-haired girl answered. He was defined unpredictable for a reason. He does what people don't think he will be able to, Shino said. In the meantime, Tsunade-sama is always on the verge of snapping and hunt him down herself, Ino said with a sigh as their big-boned friend joined the discussion. I think you people are overreacting. Naruto will be fine. Once the banishment expires and he has calmed down, he will come back. Probably not with a smile, but he will return. This is his home and he knows that, Chuji said with a smile. Then you do not know him. I saw his eyes. He won't come back, not even to destroy us should he someday go mad, Sasuke said, calmly drinking from a cup and ignoring the assorted glares he received from his words. Ignoring your negative, and yes, unyouthful and all that comment, I believe that while he may hate us now, someday our paths will cross again, whatever he likes it or not, Lee said. I would love to believe you, Sasuke muttered, looking away with distant eyes. The group decided to ignore the newly arrived Hinata as she sat at their group of tables with a depressed air above her. Still in denial? Ino muttered to Sakura. Ask her and she will tell you that he will come back tomorrow. It's a lost cause. She is trying to substitute him with Kiba, but even Dog Boy knows that it would be a lost battle, the other answered. Hoy! Why so gloomy? I brought a movie, Kiba yelled as he entered the restaurant with a wide smirk. A movie? Shikamaru asked with a loud yawn, moving his head from the table just enough for Chuji to put a plate of finely cut meat in front of him. Yup. Something to spice things up, the Inuzuka boy said proudly, ignoring Akamaru's defeated whine behind him. I smell porn, you pervert, Ino said with narrowed eyes. It's not porn. It's a wonderful movie with deep plot, intense romance and scenes of nudity with hardcore intercourse between two consensual, or not, depending on the necessities of the plot, adults. Kiba answered, smiling. Then it is porn, Sakura said with a glare. Yes, but with plot, the dog user pointed out. So an Ika one? Sai asked. Nope, even better. The very last one of the Dark Lovers series. I had to bend over backwards to get a copy. Come on. Let's watch it. It's the last film of the Jackhammer before he disappeared from the scenes, Kiba asked with a whine. The Jackhammer? Lee asked, curious. No one knows his real name. His other stage name is Thundercock Pussy Smasher, the greatest destroyer of womanhoods and unforgiving pounder of girls of any porn movie past, present and future, and 6 times winner of the Apocalyptic Award for the best actor and performer in this genre. He also has the world record for the longest orgasm induced to a woman, Kiba answered. You know a disturbingly lot about him, Shuji said with raised eyebrows. Considering that any man worth his 2 cents wish to have an equipment like his and everyone is actually very afraid to have their woman meet him? Yes, I know a lot about him, the Inuzuka boy answered. You know what? Whatever. Just put it in the TV and press play, Tenten said with an huff. What? Niji yelled with wide eyes. He won't stop pestering us otherwise, and maybe Hinata will find a new guy to fawn on, Ino answered with a teasing smile. No one is manlier than my Naruto-kun, Hinata answered with a furious glare. Whatever, here it is. My precious, they say that Princess Koyuki actually sobbed and cried when the Jackhammer announced this being his last movie. She literally begged him to reconsider, or at least to keep paying her a visit from time to time, Kiba said while taking the DVD out of the box with a worshipful expression. Damn, he must be really good, Shikamura muttered, all of them watching as the Inuzuka boys started the movie. Are we really watching a porn together? Sasuke asked in disbelief. SSSSSH. It actually has a good plot, Sakura said while silencing the boy. When the first scene of sex started, the boys present went wide-eyed at the prowess, power, ferocity, and measures of the male lead, enraptured in both awe, jealousy, and disbelief. The girls were still surprised, but for a different reason, as their jaw unhinged in shock while Hinata erupted into a desperate wailing of sorrow. Why is Hinata-sama crying? Niji asked without stop, watching Koyuki's character being thrown on the back of a carriage by the masked actor that then started thrusting inside her with brutal power. That's Naruto-kun, WAAH, the crying Hyuga heiress answered with an howl of desperation. What? The males in the room yelled with bulged-out eyes. She is right, I could recognize that glorious, manly slab of man-meat anywhere, Tenten muttered with a nod and a bit of droll. He used to do those same thing to me too, you know? Ino said with smug pride. To all of us as well, Piggy, to all of us, Tenten answered with a sad tone. Unfortunately for the boys, the girls wanted to watch the movie, the detail about their old friend being the main actor, and the details around the girls cheating on them with him kind of ruined the experience for them though. Meanwhile, Hyrule rode towards Eldon. Ayachu! Naruto sneezed loudly while limping his way towards the next light spirit so to free the area from the twilight. Bless you! Yadajimai grumbled with a sneer. Still sour about those 3 strange women attacking me? The blonde asked. They raped you. Those 3 bitches passed you around like a bowl of popcorn, the huge vixen answered in rage. Would it help saying that they paralyzed me and that even you could do nothing to stop them? He asked with a sorry expression. Sigh. Listen, I will excuse you this one time because as you said we could not defend ourselves from them, but if you dare cheat on me, well, building up chakra in your balls until they explode like an explosive note will be the nicest thing I'll do to you, she answered with narrowed eyes. Ohuhu! I love you when you act all violent and possessive, Naruto answered with a short laugh. Do not laugh, I am serious, and I love you too, Baka, Yadajimai said with a growl, before blushing and sending him a mental slap to the back of his head. Hoi Midna! You there? The former shinobi asked aloud. I am not coming out, a feeble voice answered, sounding ashamed. Come on. You just had a dream about me, We can talk about it if you want. I am not angry, he answered with a gentle smile. I don't want to talk about it. The shadowy silhouette of Midna yelled on his face as she finally surfaced from his shadow. Why? The young man asked back. Because it's wrong and we already talked too much about this, she answered. Why should it being wrong? Because you are of another race? Or is it because I am the human in this thing? Naruto asked. First of all, you being human has no meaning over this, it simply can't be done, end of the story. Midna answered. And that kiss? He asked. An incident, do not get a headache over it. The imp girl answered with a dismissive wave of her hand and an annoyed expression. Very well, he answered with narrowed eyes. Happy that we reached an ACCUMP, chef. Midna was saying with a smirk before the young man grabbed the back of her head to lock his lips to hers, shoving his tongue as deep as he could in her mouth and throat. That was also an incident, now move or I'll leave you behind, the blonde said before marching forward, leaving behind a shocked Midna frozen in place with her face completely green in embarrassment. Wait! She yelled while hurrying back inside his shadow. Can I ask you why? Yadajimai asked with an annoyed frown while keeping their conversation out of the imp girl's ears. She is not being honest with herself, she is hiding something and she reminds me of myself when I was just a kid, Naruto admitted. Acting overly cheerful to hide your pain, I see what you mean, but what if she ends up loving you? And why a kiss? Yadajimai asked. I don't know, he answered. Sigh. We'll deal with this together. But really, am I not enough for you? The Juubi fox asked with a pained sigh. Is that one of those questions that don't have a right answer? Ilia was already hard to accept, but the pipsqueak too? You really are testing my patience here, she answered. If you want I can renounce to the two of them, he said with a sad tone. I just want you to be happy. If I have to swallow my pride and let Ilia be around you then so be it. As for Midna, in the highly unlikely case something does happen, we'll deal with it. There is no reason for us to break our head on a problem that doesn't even exist yet, Yadajimai said. As you wish, Naruto said with a nod. Meanwhile, with Midna. I do not have feelings for him. I have a mission to accomplish and I can't get attached to him, the small girl muttered to herself. A little pang of pain passed through her chest at those words, but she just swallowed hard and took a deep breath. It wouldn't work between us, so there is no use in getting ideas, especially since I look like this, she muttered while looking at her hands in disgust before clenching both fists as hard as she could. I don't have feelings for him, nor he will ever have for me, ever, Midna muttered, trying to ignore the stinging sensation in her eyes and the sob bubbling in her throat trying to come out. Real world. Hoi! You there! The blonde man! A man yelled while reaching Naruto in a mad run. Yes? The former shinobi asked, looking at the curious man with a red banner strapped to his back. There is a black wall blocking the road ahead. I thought I would deliver a few letters, but it seems impossible as I am the honorable and dependable letter carrier. You can call me the postman. With capitals, mind you, the postman said. The postman? Really? Got an embarrassing name or something? Naruto asked. That is confidential, the man replied with his face gaining a tinge of red. As if he will ever admit that his mother called him Zeledius Fast Feet Bretoslavsky. By the way, take this letter and read it at your leisure, the postman said, giving to the blonde a letter with a theatrical bow before departing. Why do I meet all the strange ones? Naruto said with a sigh while pocketing the letter, deciding that he would read it later. A black wall. He was probably referring to the barrier to the Twilight Vale, Yadajimai said. Can you pull me inside this time too, Midna? The blonde asked. That won't be a problem. You will probably turn into a fox once again, so be prepared, the imp girl answered from his shadow. I can deal with that, no problem, he said with a nod and a grin. Once reached the barrier, Midna rose from the terrain to hover in front of the young man, her old smirk already in place and a laugh in her voice. It was much closer than I thought. Remember that until you save the light of Elden from the twilight you won't be inhuman. Anyway, if you need I will be with you, Midna said. Thank you, I appreciate that, Naruto said with a gentle smile. Ignoring the painful ache in her chest, the small girl phased through the barrier, disappearing inside the twilight before sending her huge hair-made hand back outside to snatch the young man and drag him to her. I'll never get used to this, the former shinobi said while feeling his body break apart and reform into the big ten-tailed fox shape he was destined to take whenever in the twilight. Once the transformation was completed, Midna gently floated on his back, patting his head with more affection than she intended. That's a good boy. Now you will need to listen to what I say from now on. Better be prepared when in this situation. Ah! Look how lovely this is! The black clouds of twilight are so fetching today. I feel so at ease here, and you still look so good even now. She then said with a sigh of pleasure, the last part barely a whisper she hoped he could not hear. I am starting to see what you like in the twilight, monsters aside. It does have a strangely calming feeling to it. It's relaxing, the foxified shinobi answered, pretending to not have heard her whisper. Thank you, now get going. We won't go anywhere if we watch clouds all day, Midna answered, kicking his sides to make him move. Just like with the forest, in the twilight-covered area there wasn't a single sound, nor Naruto could feel the presence of anything that had not been corrupted by the power covering everything. The few plants there already shifted into the carnivorous version he had seen in the abandoned temple. Wait! Sniff! Sniff! I can smell something, the young man said while sniffing the air. I didn't know foxes could track down smells, Midna said. They are predators too. Tracking their prey with the nose is one of the requisites. This seems like Talo, and the others. They're close, he said in happiness. They must have passed by here not long ago. See if you can follow the traces. I'll see if by sending chakra I can strengthen your nose a little bit more, the huge vixen said from the seal. Thanks, girl, this way, Naruto said, launching himself forward in a fast dash. Grrrr! As on cue to be the most annoying, a shadow beast jumped the fox, grabbing one of his tails to throw him against a near rock before calling two other friends to attack him. You really had to do that, eh? Now I am pissed! Naruto growled while taking an attack stance, 10 tails flowing around in a threatening manner. As the three monsters were about to attack together, the shinobi's shadow seemed to expand to cover those two, briefly paralyzing them in a crackling of red energy. Using the opening offered, the foxified blonde ran forward, tearing off a shadow beast's throat open with a bite on the way to head. But the second, once both were down, the shinobi made a short work of the remaining two with his chakra-empowered jaws and beheading them in a shower of black smoky blood, watching satisfied as the three corpses disappeared immediately after. Thanks, Midna. Think nothing of it. I wanted to help cut the fight short, even if you could have resolved the thing by yourself. I wanted to help a little, she replied. Thank you all the same. Correct me if I am wrong. It's me or the whole bridge is missing? He said before raising a furrowed eyebrow at the hole in place of the bridge. Ah, that's strange, it's gone. I wonder if this is the work of those shadow creatures, Midna said with a thoughtful look. What a pain, did I have to fetch a bridge now? The young man asked with a groan. Let's see if we can find it. Or at least a spare. You still got that stuff-finding compass, don't you? She answered with a sigh. If you can reach my clothes wherever they go when I transform, it should be in the left pocket, Naruto answered. HNNNG! There! Midna said in triumph, while recalling both map and compass from whatever subspace anomaly those had ended in. I don't know how, but I saw a whole bridge abandoned in Faron Woods. I am still wondering how it ended up there, Yadajime said. And you were about to say this when, exactly? Naruto asked. Hoi! It had been by chance that I got a glimpse of that. Never thought it could have been important, the woman said with an huff. Whatever, as long as we can use it, the imp girl said. Can you use one of your teleport thing to take that here? Naruto asked. You mean a portal? Better go there ourselves, drop it into one from the woods and then return here. Teleporting one from distance without actually seeing it is dangerous. I might be wrong and take here the rocks behind it or worse, she answered. Okay, I would have loved this to be easier instead of wasting time going around collecting stuff just to go on with this adventure. Don't jinx it, or we may end up doing just that and run around doing side quests and similar stuff. Yadajima said as the foxy bot went transported back through one of Midna's portal. Meanwhile, Orden village. A white-haired man was calmly looking around as he stepped through the main gate of the small village, his shinobi attire catching more attention than what he liked even on the road towards there. The Bulblins making an attempt at him had not helped his view of the place either. Jiraiya totally missed Russell's eyes narrowing and his running back to Orden village to alert the others, having recognized the same forehead protector even if showing a strange marking instead of a leaf like Naruto's old one. Hey there! Can you please help me? Jiraiya asked to the first man he saw. Unfortunately for him it was Fadu, man that Russell warned for first about the stranger's arrival. What do you want? Fadu asked with narrowed eyes. Hoping that his Hylian was not too much butchered, making him mentally curse at not having enough chakra to pull a Naruto and spam enough clones to study faster, the spy master gave his best friendly smile. I was looking for an old friend of mine. It was such a long way here that I am dying to see him again. Have you seen him? Blonde hair, blue eyes and whisker-like markings on his cheeks. They say he went towards this village after his ship docked. Jiraiya asked. The name? Fadu asked back, stalling to give Russell enough time to alert everybody. Oh. My bad. Naruto Namikaze, or Uzumaki, he tends to use both depending on the situation, he. The Toad Sage said, faking at the best of his abilities a sheepish expression. Nope. The name doesn't ring any bells. You can try a skin around, nah sorry, but my goats won't hurt themselves, he said before walking away without a second glance. Okay, he was not willing to help me. Let's hope the others won't be as much against the idea to help a stranger as he was, otherwise I don't want to know what happened to Naruto. Okay, with all his luck he had probably befriended half Hyrule by now. Jiraiya said with a sigh, hoping that the swordsman that was training by himself would be more cooperative. Although the vicious stab the man gave to the dummy's balls once he saw the spy master kind of cracked that hope something fierce. Yes? Russell asked, so much venom in his voice to have the grass in front of him die. I was looking for a dear friend of mine. His name is Naruto. Do you know him? The Toad Sage asked. Yes, I know him. Wonderful! But you won't get much help here, the swordsman added. What? Why not? Jiraiya asked. As an answer, Russell tapped his own forehead. You know what happened back in Naruto's home village? Affirmative nod, narrowed eyes. So you know how important it is for him to return, right? And I guess you already know that no one here will help you and will even try to stop you should you force the issue and try to kidnap Naruto, right? Russell asked back. I am a trained warrior, Jiraiya replied casually. And he is a member of our village and our friend, the other said. I see. Any chance that I can buy the information? The Toad Sage offered. Negative shake of the head, new stab on the dummy's balls. I thought so. Listen, I am his godfather and I am doing this for his own good. Jiraiya tried saying, this time jumping back as the sword was about to stab his balls. Last time I checked, exiling a family member was not something good for said person. I for certain never did that with my son, Russell said while resting his sword on his shoulder. Look, I am here for myself. Konoha does not even know I am here, let alone Naruto. I even erased the few traces he had left behind of his coming here. I need to talk to him and see if I can convince him to come back, the old man said. See that house? Russell answered, pointing at a small construction under a tree. Naruto and me repaired its roof last year. That one down there. He had personally painted it since the mayor was bedridden and could not do it himself. Fadu, the man you spoke with, could save a lot of rupees by taking Naruto in to work in the farm since our friend could do by himself the work of 3 people and barely feel it. The kids of this village see him as their big brother and hero, along with me. You won't find a single living being here to help you take him away, not now, nor ever. Is this a good enough answer? Russell said. Crystal clear, but still, you don't understand the whole thing, Jiraiya said. You mean about his being a shinobi? I know about that, and I told the others that he had been sent away from his home because you people no longer needed him. He trusted me to hide his past, so I already feel bad about giving a very scarce version of the truth, but it was needed to stop you from reaching Naruto. The swordsman answered. Please, the toad sage pleaded, this time with a real sad expression. I can only say this, the children of the village had been kidnapped, and he departed to save them since I had not been strong enough to protect them. But don't you dare attack him because of that. He is my friend and the last hope I have to embrace my son again, warrior or not. I will make you pay if you cost me my son. Russell roared while pointing at Jiraiya with his sword. I can help tracking them down instead. I am not a monster, and I am already kicking myself for acting like a traitor. The spy master answered with a frown. Then kick yourself harder. You are still thinking about bringing him back to a place that doesn't want him for himself. Russell replied, ending the conversation by returning to his training, his attacks on the dummy gaining in ferocity from his latent anger. I will be on my way then. Please let Naruto know I was looking for him. I really want to talk with him a last time. Jiraiya said before leaving the village, having seen enough glares in the population's faces to understand that he would not find help in there. As I thought, you found friends here, Naruto, and these ones are apparently ready to fight for you. At least I know you are somehow happy. Now, let's see if I can find those kids. At least he won't face whoever kidnapped them alone. The old man said in determination, sprinting forward towards the new road in front of him. With Naruto and Midna fair in woods. Here it is, we finally found it, the young man said in elation while watching the big structure that had been abandoned on the forest floor. Wouldn't have been easier to just destroy the thing instead of move it here? Yodajima asked. The important thing is that we have a good enough spare. Let me take care of this, Midna said while exiting the fox shadow. Uff! The small girl grunted as she shot from her hair-made hand a small spark of light that covered the bridge in energy, before lifting the whole thing and sending it through a portal. That's kind of amazing, Naruto said with a grin. I do my best, thank you, she answered before sending both back to the broken bridge. Eldon. The foxified blonde watched in amazement as the fragments of the bridge came down from the portal in the sky, rapidly recompacting into a whole passage, as if it had never been removed in the first place. A smirking Midna calmly floated down to sit on the young man's back while cleaning some imaginary dirt from under her nails. Did you see that? Isn't the power of Twilight amazing? She asked. You are amazing, that's for sure, Naruto answered, jerking his back a little to make her jump in surprise. TCH. As long as you remember that, now move, Midna ordered while pointing forward. Yosh! As you wish, honey, he answered in a sprint, and missing the flinch he caused her. The sprint was short-lived though when a heavy-looking gate blocked their advance. What now? This is getting ridiculous, Yodajima said with a groan. This is one elaborate gate. What were they keeping in? The imp girl asked. In or out? The vixen said. I guess you can't use a Rasengan while in a fox body, right? She asked. It's a complicated technique. It may take me weeks to find a way to do it in this body and then even more to actually accomplish it. Can you help me with your hair? He answered. And getting them all dirty? Midna said with a frown. Forget that I asked. I'll try to jump over, Naruto answered with a sweat drop. With a sigh, the transformed shinobi walked away from the gate, trying to gauge how much space he would need before running towards the blockage, focusing as much chakra as he could on his legs and then jumping, surpassing the gate and landing on top of one of the creatures guarding it with a snapping of breaking bones, and had the later and the last guard too went down. See? You could do that by yourself without risking my hair. Yee-hee-hee, Midna said with a laugh, returning on his back and signaling him to move on. Women, the young man muttered. A small trip through the mountains and a small town presented itself to the eyes of the two, three counting Yodajima and the seal, heroes. On. Seems nice even if abandoned, Naruto said. If I am not mistaken, this should be Kakariko Town, Midna said with a thoughtful expression. Not a lot of people here, but plenty of shadow beasts. Pay attention, the huge vixen said. Behind you! Midna yelled as a shadow beast managed to sneak up on them to hit the young man, making her grow pale at the sound of his spine snapping under the hammer punch of the creature. Argh! He screamed in pain before being thrown away. Naruto! She yelled in horror while the beast circled her. Damn you! She hissed while enlarging her zone, paralyzing them. To her shock, a blur moved past her, using the paralysis she inflicted on the shadow beasts to tear off the head of one of them before focusing on the others. Juubi, damn it! That hurts, you know. You Thames will learn to avoid me once I will have done with you, date fucking Bayo, the shinobi said in anger as he moved in front of Midna to protect her. You okay? Sorry if I got hit, shouldn't have got my guard down like that, he said. You're alive? Midna asked in confusion. I am too stubborn to die and I have too much chakra from Yadajimai. My Uzumaki blood gives me absurd vitality, and once returned Gimi-chan to her full power and absorbed the Tentail's power, well, let's say that unless one beheads me very few things will kill me, he answered. Without waiting for her answer, the young man jumped to the side to evade a new attack of the now moving beasts, grabbing the creature's outstretched arm in his jaw and biting down as hard as he could, chopping off the appendage at the elbow before using his hold on it to throw the monster away, smirking at seeing the beast broke its neck upon landing. Now it's just between me and you, why don't you just attack me instead of reviving your friends? Or you are afraid? He taunted. Growl! With a guttural growl of anger, the shadow beast lunged forward. With a growl of his own, Naruto threw himself down so that the monster could sail above him before rapidly jumping up, using the creature's own weight and momentum to flip it on its back and then pounce. You don't touch my friends. Got it? He yelled while punctuating each word with a swipe of claws, tearing away flesh and muscles in a shower of black blood until the beast died with a whimper-like cry of agony. Once done, he looked around for other menaces, actually grunting in anger when Midna pounced on him like a missile. Really? Are you sure you are a shinobi? It's the second time you got ambushed, Yadajimai said in annoyance. Don't you dare make me worry like that again. You idiot! Midna said while hugging him as hard as she could, actually giving a little kiss to his snout before noticing, turning completely green and wide-eyed as a result. To her surprise, he just laughed and nuzzled her a little, playfully licking her cheek with a wide grin. Okay. I like you too and I will be careful, promise, the transformed blonde said. I told you that she would have grown attached to you, Yadajimai said with a groan. It's not my fault, I only show concern and act friendly, it's not like I flirted with her or anything, he thought in answer. That is true, but still, the vixen said, annoyed. I'm sorry, he answered while momentarily appearing inside the seal to give her back a short massage. I hate you, she muttered. Really? He asked with a sad expression. But I love you too, what are we gonna do with her? She answered. We can't be sure that she loves me, it may just be concern for her friend, a dream and a kiss does not make an infatuation, Naruto said. But what if she does have feelings for you? Yadajimai asked. She will have to get out with it, I won't force the issue, but she will have to openly say if she loves me or not. Should she take too much, I will openly ask. No sense having this get out at the worst possible moment and ruin everything, he said. I guess you are right, go back before she snaps out of her shock and notice you were spacing out, the woman said with a sigh. Okay. Love you, furball, he said, giving her a kiss to the cheek before disappearing. Love you too, Baka, she answered with a small smile. Real world. Feeling better? He asked. A little, Midna answered with an embarrassed tone. That's okay, now let's see if we can find the light spirit of this place, the young man offered. Yeah, say, Naruto, how serious is this thing between you and both the human girl and the furball? She asked casually. Damn it! Yadajimai roared. What? Naruto asked with wide eyes. Come on. We would be better matched. One is a whining, weak human while the other needs the Twilight to even gain an human-like body, while still retaining a bitchin' nature, Midna said. Why does everyone say that I am a bitch? I am a vixen. Even if faraway cousins, foxes and dogs are two different species, the Biju said in anger. Midna? Please tell me you're joking, the transformed blonde pleaded. No. I am serious. I am so much more fun. You saw that, we make such a good team. And by the way, contrary to Ilya, Naruto corrected. It's the same, as I was saying, between me and her, your being a fox does not disturb me. I am even willing to help you while still in this form, she said while caressing one of his back legs. I am not exactly into bestiality, Naruto answered in discomfort. But I am not an animal, either are you, since you are trapped in an animal body, if ever it's your relationship with the furball that is borderline bestiality, Midna answered, using her hair hand to caress one of the 10 tails of the young man. First of all, don't you dare using quotation marks when talking about my relationship with my mate, and second, I am not an animal. I am a sentient chakra construct given a soul in the shape of a 10-tailed fox. There is a clear difference, Yadajime said. Don't listen to her, let me take care of your stress, if you know what I mean, Midna answered with a whisper. Help? Naruto whined. To the hero who was transformed into a blue-eyed beast, in the realm of shadow and twilight, the feeble voice of the light spirit said as the arguing group was reaching the spirit spring. I am just saying that I am more open-minded about you and your being a fox than those two fools, Midna said, all of them ignoring the spirit completely. Hero chosen by the gods, the weak light tried saying. Open-minded? Maybe you mean spread-legged, you bitch, Yadajime said with a sneer. Please look for my light and gather it into the vessel, the light spirit said while gaining a tick mark on its ethereal head. Oh, come on! I am here professing my interest in you and you are ignoring me? Who else would be ready even now to suck your ko? Stop ignoring me, you assholes! Gathering as much power it had left through anger alone, the light spirit yelled as hard as it could, startling the 3 in front of the spring. You! Light! Vessel! Now! The voice roared while throwing the vessel of light on Naruto's face. Okay. Jeez! Didn't know light spirits too could get constipated, Naruto said while taking away the vessel to hunt down the insects of darkness holding the light. Fuck you too, eh? Those insects are the form of the evil that attached itself to my scattered light. I will use my remaining power to show you where those are hiding. The spirit answered with a grunt. Thank you, Naruto said. Pay attention, the darkness is now hunting you, the spirit said. Yes, we suspected that, Midna answered while the fox she was riding sprinted away. Let's see, the first one should be inside this house, Naruto said while following the images the light spirit sent to his mind. Can you climb the wall? Midna asked. No problem, everything is possible to someone as awesome as me, Naruto answered while walking on the wall to enter from the roof. Inside the house, real world. Once inside, Naruto's eyes flew wide open at seeing the children of Orden village sitting in a corner in company of a strange man that was consoling them with a gentle smile on his face. Cripes! I don't see those black brutes anywhere, they've gotta be hiding somewhere, waiting for their helpless little prey to come out. Then they'll feast, another man said. Good! Keep going! I am sure you can scare the children a little bit more if you try harder. What an idiot! Yadajime said, face-palming at the man's words. We are safe as long as we remain in here, child. Be at ease, the man with the kid said with a reassuring smile after launching a discreet glare at the other. Oh yeah? I wonder if the monsters out there agree with you, the same man from before said. They sure didn't seem impressed by my bombs. How long do you think we can hold sanctuary against beasts that strong, huh? He added with a sneer. From his position at the window he couldn't see that, but Naruto himself saw the apparent leader of the group gain, for the shortest instant, the expression of someone really considering the idea of offering the idiot to the shadow beasts, either as a bait, or just to have him to shut up. Remember that lady from the general store? Just one of those things attacked her, and a whole gang from town went to save her, And what happened? She was kayak. Something has bitten me. The man was about to say before a pissed-off Naruto finally decided to bite him on the ass to shut him up. Barnes. Stop this instant. If something has bitten you, then I am happy, the man said with a murderous glare on his face. Look, Rinnedu, I swear something did bite me. I don't want to stay here. You sure there is nowhere we can hide better? Please? Barnes pleaded. There is, a cellar. Rinnedu answered with a sigh. Then we can. When father asked me to secure the cellar, there were monstrous insects waiting. You can light up the torches to open it, but then you'll have to face those things. Renado's daughter said while shaking her head. At hearing that, one of the kids, Beth, started crying in fear. Come on, Beth, don't cry. It'll be okay. Colin, the son of Russell, said while trying to calm her down. I am sure Naruto will come and save us all. I can feel it, he added. That seemed to calm the other kids as Beth stopped crying and Talo actually showed a small smile. Good boy, Colin. Don't worry, I am here. Unseen by them, Naruto smiled fondly at those words, nuzzling the boy a little, making him jump. As something touched me, the kid said. We are not alone, but maybe this presence is friendly, Rinnedu said while looking around. Twilight version of the house. They knew you are going to save them. What an hero, ee-hee-hee, Midna said with a laugh. I am not the actual chosen one. It's only thanks to the seal if I only turn into a fox while in the twilight. Let's go. We need to help them, Naruto answered. To think that it's all Princess Zelda's fault. She chose this state of affairs, after all, the imp girl said. What? Trying to sabotage the competition? Yadajima asked with a smirk, actually laughing at the middle finger she got in answer. Whatever, let's open that cellar and kill the insects. At least like that the others will have a better hiding place, the young man said. Then take that torch and light the others. You can't spit out fire when a fox, Midna said. Real world. HHHOY. That torch is moving on its own, Barnes said while pointing at the floating torch with a shaking finger. What? What sorcery is this? Rinnedu said in shock. Look, Talo said, pointing at the thing tracing an N on the floor before moving to light up the other torches on the walls. An N, Naruto, Beth said with wide eyes. He is here? I can't see him. Maybe he is dead and he is a ghost, Barnes said while looking around. As if he will die because of those things, idiot, Beth said with a glare, all of them watching the totem in the middle of the room move to the side, showing a ramp of stairs going down. I don't know how he is doing this, but he is actually helping us. For that I am grateful, Rinnedu said. In the twilight, while Rinnedu was coordinating how they would refuge inside the cellar, Naruto and Midna moved forward to take care of the bugs down there, killing the small, devilish creatures before climbing a secondary hole on the ceiling of the last room, coming out in the middle of what appeared to be an abandoned graveyard. I don't like this place, the young man said with a groan. Focus on finding the other bugs. If we really have to remove the twilight from here, we better move fast, Midna said while leaning down on his back to play with his ears. Can you stop? This is no time to play, he asked with a sigh. Between bats, demon-looking birds and bugs, both the graveyard and Kakariko town were filled with disgusting, corrupted creatures ready to try and eat fox meat for lunch, and having his companion whisper M-rated things or playing with his ears and tails while hunting down tears of light was eroding his patience even faster. And then there is this little thing I can do with my tongue where I swirl it around and… Oh, look! A strange wall blocks the path. I wonder what is happening up there, Naruto yelled, trying to cut off a new suggestion of the girl. Spoil sport, she muttered offended, following him while he climbed the wall with a frown on her face. Focusing on the spirit, trapped in the twilight, Naruto saw that it was a strange bulking creature with the skin seemingly made of rocks. A Goron, they usually live in mountains and or caves, Midna explained. Stupid elders and their stupid pride. If we have a problem that needs a human to see resolved, then let's ask them, I say, the Goron mounting guard muttered with a frown. Elders? Even in Hyrule they only create troubles, the world is really small, Naruto said while speeding past him. Once past a long corridor, the duo reached a wide clearing filled with small geysers filling the area of hot steam. As if it was any easier to hunt shadow insects, the imp girl said with a sigh. Come on, that one down there is the last one, let's catch it and go back, Naruto said while stealthily approaching the last remaining insect, at least according to the vessel of light, only lacking a single sphere. Pay attention, we are in what is called Death Mountain, so we need to stay focused, Midna said. Why do they call it Death Mountain? The young man asked. Because between eruptions and all that, this is not exactly a friendly place, she answered just as the last bug fell to the transformed shinobi's bites. Just like last time, as soon as the vessel of light had been filled with tears of light, the small thing teleported Naruto back in front of the spirit spring to watch as the collected tears returned into the water, rejuvenating the whole land and giving back to the light spirit its power, and to the shinobi his proper body. Doll! And we were having so much fun in the twilight! Yee-hee-hee! Remember to collect the fused shadow when you have the occasion, we will need that as well, the already shadow-covered Midna said with a playful whine while returning in his shadow. In a blinding light coming from the spring, the towering form of a bird holding a small sun in its talons came into view. Naruto really wanted to comment the strange beard it sported, but he felt that it would have been inopportune, so he held his tongue. My name is Eldon, I am one of the light spirits of Hyrule, and the one that guards these lands. Great hero chosen by the gods, the dark power you seek lies in the sacred grounds of the proud mountain dwellers, the light spirit said. You mean the Gorons? Naruto asked. Yes, them, but those grounds have been defiled, draped in a shadow and seeded with evil. Yes? Naruto asked while cracking his knuckles. By those vile creatures that are using the power of Twilight for their evil plans. Not that the Twilight was evil in itself, of course, the light spirit said. I see that you people too can learn, the blonde said. As long as you are a fox one can stay safe. It's once you are back into a human body that one has to be careful. By the way, you must go to those sacred grounds and cleanse them, because only then you will be able to claim that power, the light spirit said, dissipating into sparks and returning into the springs. Naruto! As soon as Eldon disappeared, Talo's scream could be heard from one of the houses. Yo guys! The shinobi said with an happy smile and gladly accepting the hug from all of them. You really came! You really saved us, Beth said between tears. How did you do that invisible thing? It was awesome, Talo asked with awe-filled eyes. You are the one from Orden whom these children spoke of? Renadu asked. Yes, thank you for taking care of them, Naruto answered. Think nothing of it, I myself have to thank you for opening the cellar for us. How did you do that? The man asked. I can't answer with the full details. But to your perspective everything seemed normal. In reality a veil called Twilight was covering everything. I happened to be able to walk through the twilight instead of being trapped like you others, the other answered. I see. I am Renadu, the shaman of this town, and this is my daughter Luda. I had found these kids after those strange creatures had left them to die, so I took them in to protect them, but we too had been soon overwhelmed by this twilight and so one went into hiding. Renadu said. I am glad to hear that. Back in Orden their parents are worried sick, Naruto said. I can imagine. At first I couldn't believe they had come from so distant a place as the Ordona province. We don't actually remember much. All of a sudden everyone was captured, and then, until now, it's been like a nightmare, Collins said with a worried expression. One we couldn't wake up from, Beth said with a pained nod. It was probably this twilight you speak of. This village has certainly seen its share of hardships, but not only those beasts attacked, but even the Goron have started to act strangely. We used to be friends, but now, it's like they see us like enemies, Renadu said. Probably the influence of the fused shadow awakening, Midna said in the blonde's mind. I have to ask you to take these children and flee this village before those creatures return. I can't leave my village. Especially now that I have to talk the Goron into letting us use the mines once again. Can you take care of the children in my place? Renadu asked. Of course Naruto started saying before the ensemble of kids looked at him with pleading eyes. Naruto, you are so strong, can you please help Renadu with the Gorons? Beth pleaded with big, shining eyes. Yeah. Someone as awesome as you would have no problems, Talos said while latching to the blonde's legs. We can't leave them just to save ourselves. But what about your parents? Naruto asked. PWESE, the kids asked with sad puppy eyes. Hey, look at those dirty little bastards, Yadajime said with a groan mixed to a squeal. Fine. Okay. Have it your way. I will help, Naruto said, throwing his arms up in anger. Why? The children yelled in triumph. Thank you, Mr. Naruto. I do not know how to repay you for your help, Renadu said with a grateful smile. Just keep those little pests in check while I go kick some Goron ass and discover what happened, the blonde said with a groan. Back to the giant wall. The bastards tried to stop people from entering by breaking the ladder. Big deal, Naruto said with a sigh while walking, hands in his pockets, up the wall, all for the shock of the kids and Renadu that had secretly followed him to see what he wanted to do. We'll talk about spying people later, you brats, the blonde yelled, making the supposedly hidden kids and adult gain an embarrassed expression. Once reached the top, the Goron guard pointed at him with a frown. No humans allowed. These lands ahead belong to the Goron tribe, and the elder said no human may pass, he said. Piss off. I have no time to waste, the shinobi answered. YAH. With a thundering scream, the Goron curled into a ball and charged Naruto like a speeding bullet, intended to crush the blonde. TCH. Raisin Gan, the shinobi answered, trusting the spiraling sphere of chakra against the spinning creature, launching him back with a shrieking YOW. Can I pass now? The blonde asked with a smirk. Welcome to the Death Mountain. Please remember to leave everything clean. The gift shop is to the right and have a nice day, the Goron answered with a broken voice from the wall the attack had launched him through. Probably a concussion, Midna said while following Naruto towards the entrance of the mountain. Hey! Come back here! I am not finished with you, the guard said with a slurring voice before falling face first from the wall, unconscious. Naruto! Wait! Renadu said, climbing the wall himself to stop the young man. Yes? Even if I am impressed by your strength, doing it like this won't open them towards you. They respect power, but you'll need to beat them within their own rules, the shaman said. You mean fighting like them? Come on. It will take a minute. Let me do things my way, Naruto said with a whine. Please listen to me. I am begging you to trust me on this. The mayor of Orden Village, Bo, knows very well himself what I am talking about. Ask him the details about Goron society, and then you will be able to do as you please, but in a way that won't make my village an enemy of the Goron, Renadu asked. Okay, at least like that I will be able to tell them the kids are safe and to prepare a cart to transport them. Without one, with all the monsters around, it would be a suicide to bring them to Orden, the blonde answered with a sigh. Thank you. Had things been different I would have suggested to learn how to fight them, but you already have the power needed. Thing in itself very surprising, you only need to learn the proper manners to deal with the Goron tribe, Renadu said with a grateful smile. Fine, I'll be on my way then, the young man answered while walking down the wall and back towards the town. I forgot to ask him how he does that, the shaman muttered while climbing down the wall at slower pace. With Naruto. I wonder if Ilya and Epona are okay, the blonde wondered with a sigh, frowning when a familiar call resounded in the valley. Gra! A Bulblin screamed while clinging to the mare's tail with all its strength, trying to not be bucked off. Epona! Naruto yelled, watching in apprehension as the horse managed to shake off the two creatures on its back before angrily stomping on them, leaving two bloodied Bulblins on the floor gibbering in pain. Epona-chan, it's me! The shinobi called out, attracting the animal's attention that then rushed towards him in clear happiness. What have those bastards done? Are you okay? He asked while checking her for wounds, making the mare answer with a little bump on his chest and a short huff. Noise. Okay, okay. You can accompany me. I was going to Orden anyway, you spoiled horse, the blonde said while mounting on her, patting her head in affection and giving her sides a small tap to make her move. That's your question getting answered, Midna said from the shadows. I wonder how Ilya is though, he muttered. Who cares? You have me now. Yee hee hee, the small girl answered. Don't start this again, Midna, Naruto warned. Back in Orden. Oh Yuke! Ouch! Ouch! Please Ilya stop! What have I done? Bo asked from the floor where his daughter had pinned him. Huh! Sorry, Dad. I just got angry for a moment and I don't know why, the flustered girl said while helping her father to get up from the training mattress. That's enough for today. I think even a bull would have troubles with you, and you have the same left uppercut your dear mother used to have, the mayor of Orden said while grabbing his jaw with a wince. Sorry again, Dad, the girl answered while looking down. A storm was approaching Naruto quite rapidly, but it was neither weather nor Twilight behind that, but three determined women all focusing their attention on the same blonde-haired target. As if he didn't have enough problems as it was. New Omake Series Jiraiya's Hylian Misadventures, Episode 1. The Toad Sage had just reached the docks of Hyrule after a short jogging of water walking, using his training at its best to infiltrate the small town without being seen. Good, now, I need informations about where Naruto is hiding, the old shinobi said with narrowed eyes before growing a huge smirk at seeing the small pub of the area. Perfect. The alcohol should help making their tongues slippery enough to tell me where to find the gaki, he said while rubbing his hands together. Pushing open the door with a blinding smile, the spy master hoped that the Hylian he studied on the ship would have been good enough to help him. Damn stupid foreign language, 3 different alphabets and those letters that look all the same, he cursed mentally before clearing his throat. Good morning, people! Sorry to disturb, but I was looking for a dear friend of mine named Naruto that I wish to see once again. Can you help me? He wanted to ask. To the men present, the actual meaning was different. What monkey feces! I am a princess of tits. I want to sodomize a frog named Naruto that stole my ass muffin. Can I fuck your mothers? The chorus of growls and the complete silence kind of stunned the Toad Sage. Huh? Is everything alright? Jiraiya asked, confused. Huh? Stupid monkey-eating wondering? This one actually got people confused themselves. What do you want, stranger? One of the most burly sailors asked with a sneer. No, thank you. I don't want to buy shoes, Jiraiya answered with a friendly smile. What do you want to do to my sister with that chicken? The furious sailor roared while rolling up his sleeves. I am sorry, I think there is a problem about your language I failed to learn properly, the Toad Sage tried saying in a placating manner. My mother is not a bulbo's ass nor she wears my dead grandma's corpse, the man yelled while trying to grab Jiraiya. Stop it! I don't understand a word of what you say, the spy master said while jumping away to evade the attack. I will pay a case of rum to whoever will help me tiro ff the balls of this bastard, the same man roared, gaining a similar roar of consensus from the whole pub. Jiraiya may not have had a good enough grasp of Hylian in that situation, but he could still recognize when an angry mob was being formed in record time. I think I will take my leave then, bye-bye, he said before bolting out. I'll go shit on your father's grave then, bye-bye. Get him! One of the now bloodthirsty sailors bellowed as the 24 furious men gave chase. Personal memo, reread the books and castrate the idiot that sold me those at the first occasion I get, Jiraiya muttered to himself while dodging knives and empty bottles by the dozen. That was decidedly not his day nor the way to start his mission about recovering Naruto. If things progressed like that, Jiraiya really feared that by the end of the story, the whole country will be demanding his blood for a reason or another. There is no other choice, Rincewind no Jutsu, the spy master said, using an ancient technique to make his retreat faster, leaving the angry mob in the dust as he disappeared beyond the horizon at furious speed. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 5: Overly Complicated Trip to a Stupid Mountain. Hyrule, road towards Orden Village. Naruto was still grumbling while riding Epona all the way back to Orden, lamenting the whole time about being forced to prolong the torture instead of doing things his way. Consider this, at least you will be able to tell everyone that the kids are safe. Focus on that and ignore the rest. Yadajima said with a gentle smile. I know that, I only find this unnecessarily overcomplicated. It would have took a minute for me to blast half the mountain to pieces, grab the fused shadow fragment in there, and then be back home. The blonde answered with a whine. That is true, but then the Gorons would have resented Kakariko Village more openly than just stopping them from using their minds. Midna answered. Sigh. That is true as well, fine. I will do as you people say, but I haven't worked so hard to achieve my level just to not use the abilities that I gained. Naruto answered. The path of a hero is covered in sacrifices. Big or small doesn't matter, we all are called to shoulder them. The wolf form of the dead warrior said from the shores of Orden's Spirit Spring. What are you doing here? Naruto asked after nearing the luminescent animal. Checking on you, I was curious, the warrior said sheepishly. I am okay and will complete this mission, you can rest in peace, you did your part in helping me. The blonde answered with a gentle smile. But I was too late in finding the proper hero, the spirit said with a sigh. You didn't know what happened, and yet you helped by teaching me what you know about fighting, you did all you could. Naruto answered. Ugh. I just wished I could do well when I was alive, but I failed, the warrior said with a sad tone. I've failed too, you know. I couldn't stop my best friend from taking a dark path, and I couldn't stop people from dying during the war. But I always did my best and I do not regret the choices I made. I even managed to redeem my friend after years of failed attempts. I tried to console myself that had I not been as strong as I know I am, probably way more people would have been dead. Our mistakes sting, but we did good things as well. I am not asking you to just focus on the good things you did, but to at least try to see the whole picture and the successes you had in life, the blonde said. Please save Hyrule, like that I would be able to have a little peace from the knowledge that I too helped, the warrior pleaded. I'll do it, don't worry, I'll stop whoever is using the Twilight and save Hyrule. This is my land now, and I won't let some bastard play with it and the people living here as he please. Naruto promised. Thank you, Naruto Namikaze. I will hold you on that, the spirit said before disappearing in a small flash of light. Let's go, girl, we're almost in Orden, the blonde said, looking at the empty patch of earth with a sad smile. We can do this, Naruto-kun. We will save these people as we did with the elemental countries. Yadajima said with a smile herself. Elemental countries, eh? You mean the place you talked about? Midna asked. Yes, the place I come from, and that I left behind after they banished me. Naruto answered with a sigh. You'll have to stop hating them eventually, the imp girl said. I know, and I understand that Tsunade didn't have enough of a choice in handling everything. But I was so angry with them, he answered, closing his eyes in a pained expression. We can't return now. They would go for the second option and put him into a coma. Since he escaped, he showed that they cannot hold him where they want, Yadajima said with a sigh. What about your friends? Midna asked. I don't know, I just hope they will forgive me one day, Naruto said. They are strong, Naruto, they will understand and go on. If you don't believe me, we may try to write them, Yadajima said. Yeah, maybe, that if they will accept getting letters from a traitor like me, the blonde shinobi answered. They may try to attack you if you return, but they won't succeed. I don't think there are many people out there as strong as you, Midna said, surfacing from the young man's shadow to hug him. Heh! Thanks, Midna, at least I am here now. I can have a new life here and try to be happy, he said with a weak smile. That's the spirit, ee-hee-hee. I will be with you, we are together in this, the imp girl said with a nod and a small laugh. Right. Let's see how's everyone. I want to make sure Ilia-chan is okay as well, Naruto said with a more determined expression. There, now you ruined the atmosphere. What did you ever see in that bimbo? Midna muttered with a frown while returning in Naruto's shadow. Sigh. As if I did not have enough problems. The young man muttered defeated. Orden Village, few minutes later. Naruto! Russell yelled while running towards him, his scream alerting pretty much everyone in the village that soon swarmed the young shinobi. Are you okay? And the kids? Are they safe? The swordsman said while shaking him wildly. Russell, please let him go, he can't answer if you shake him like that, Ilia said while prying the blonde off of the man's hands. Okay, first of all, the kids are safe in Kakariko Village. A man named Renadu is keeping them safe, Naruto said with a groan, still a little confused by the shaking. Colin is alive? The children are all safe. Oh. I am so glad I kept the faith, Russell's wife said with barely restrained elation. Thank you, Naruto. From the bottom of my heart, Russell said with tears in his eyes. Hey, man! Don't start crying now, that is not you, Naruto said with a smirk. I am not crying, I am just sweating through my eyes, the swordsman said between sobs. Okay, everyone. Let our hero hear breath. I know you are all overwhelmed by the news, but I can assure you that Renadu is a good man that will protect the kids to the best of his abilities. I know him and would trust him with my life, the village mayor, Bo, said while trying to calm down everyone. I am going to Kakariko. I'll help Naruto bring the kids here, Russell offered immediately. Orden Village needs someone able to protect it, and we also need a cart to take the kids. The road here is filled with beasts, so without one it would just be a suicide for them to move here, Naruto said. But, Russell tried saying. Drop it, you know our blonde here, he will just beat the stuffing out of you just to do things his way, he's a head harder than the goats, Father said while shaking his head. Once the cart is ready you will accompany him, as for now trust our friend Naruto here, Bo said, grabbing the swordsman's shoulder. Oh, okay, Russell answered with a pained nod. I am sorry, Russell. But I just ask you to have a little patience and trust me, you know about me, Naruto said. We all know, Naruto, Russell told us some things about your past, before you joined us, Bo said. What? I trusted you. I asked you to keep everything quiet, the blonde said in anger, betrayal evident in his eyes. A man came here recently to find you. In order to stop the others from unknowingly help him I had to give them some details. I am sorry. Why you never told us? Father asked. Tell you what? That I practically was a child soldier by your standards? Ilia knows everything and Russell knows a great part of everything, even if not every detail. I just wanted to leave that part of my life behind and start anew, the blonde answered, passing a hand through his hair. We have not helped that man, soldier or farmhand. You still are and will continue being the Naruto we know. You had luckily remained yourself in your beliefs, otherwise we would have started having doubts about you. You are part of Orden now, Naruto. Konoha may have sent you away, but we will never do that, Russell said while grabbing the blonde's shoulders, looking in his eyes with a determined expression. They're not telling lies, Yadajima said with a happy smile. Thank you, Nero said with a sniff. Don't cry now, you are a badass ninja and all that, don't ruin your image now, Ilia said while hugging him. Okay, he said, hugging her close to his body while ignoring the growling of both Yadajima and Midna. Do you think that stranger will return here? Bo asked. Hard to say, one can't be sure of anything, the Orden swordsman answered. Who was he? The blonde shinobi asked. He said he was your godfather. Fuck! That's Jiraiya, he's the spy master of Konoha. Of everyone that could have come he's the worst, Naruto said with a grimace. He won't have an easy life, his Hylian was pretty much mangled and with a heavy accent, the same you had when you arrived before reducing it with practice. Not a lot of people are open to strangers, Bo answered. That and he is not a friendly guy like ya. I can tell that with just a look, Father said with a smirk. You never left our village before now either. If we don't talk, he won't have a lot to work on. Ilya added. Okay, just be careful, just in case. Naruto said. Don't worry. Bo said with a nod mimicked by the others. I almost forgot. I need a favor, Bo. Can you help me? The blonde asked. What do you need? The man asked back. It's about the Gorons, the young man answered. Need some help in fighting them? More or less, Renadu said to ask you about dealing with them. Naruto said. I see, come with me, let's talk a little in private. Bo said with a nod. Wait for me, I am coming too, Ilya said while following the two. Few minutes later, Mayor's house. By the way, can I ask you what are you wearing now? Bo asked curious. This? Let's call them my working clothes and leave it at that, the blonde answered with a chuckle. They are nice, isn't it? Ilya added with a smile. You two are dating, the mayor said with a frown. Well, yes, Naruto admitted. And you never thought about asking me before that? Bo asked with a raised eyebrow and crossed arms. Dad! Ilya roared, making her father flinch. I am not a little girl anymore. I can choose who to date. I don't need you to scare everyone that tries, she said while jabbing her finger on the man's chest. But I am your dad. I am supposed to keep the boys away, Bo answered with a tone pretty near the whining. Cough. Sorry to interrupt this daughter-father moment, but can we get back on topic? Naruto asked. I want you to ask me permission to date Ilya first, Bo answered while giving Naruto his back. Sigh. Mr. Bo, can I please date your daughter? I promise to keep my hands away from improper places, the blonde asked. You know I don't mind your hands roaming around. Ilya muttered with a red face, luckily unheard by her father. Bo muttered. Say no. Say no! Come on, pig face! Say no! Yadajimai muttered with crossed fingers. Say no. Say no. You better say no, you fat idiot! Midna hissed with narrowed eyes. Okay, I will give you a chance, but do not waste it, the mayor said with a grunt. Yes. Thank you, Dad, Ilya said with a wide smile while hugging the blonde shinobi. Fuck/fuck! Both Midna and Yadajimai yelled at the same time. Naruto just chose to ignore both. Very well, come this way, Bo said while gesturing to the blonde and Ilya to follow him in the back. Is that sumo? Here in Hyrule? Naruto said in surprise at seeing the small gym the village mayor had built in the wide room, snorting in amusement at seeing the oh-so-familiar piece of culture he had left behind in the elemental countries. It's the price of globalization, Yadajimai said while shaking her head. So you've heard of sumo wrestling already? That's good then. Gorons like to match strength in sumo contests, meet their power heads-on and they will respect you. If you are facing a Goron, do not attack immediately, challenge his strength and defeat your foe, they will remember it, and you'll have their respect once everything is back to normal. Bo answered nodding. Don't worry, I am stronger than what it looks like, even if I never tried sumo before, Naruto said, smirking while flexing his arms in an exaggerated manner. I'll test you about it then. If you are making your way up the Goron mountain you'll just need to push them away, but if you're getting in a proper sumo match, chance are you're in an arena like this. The first fella that gets pushed outside the arena lose, Bo said. Yep, just like home. I used to have a friend that always joked about becoming a professional sumo wrestler in case he decided to quit being a shinobi, Naruto said. Oh, really? Yep, dear old Kankuro, the blonde said with a sad sigh. Enough mushy stuff. Hop on and took off your shirt, I am testing ya. We'll see if you are good enough to deal with the Gorons, lad, Bo said, giving a strong slap to Naruto's back with a grin on his face. Oh. Okay, Naruto answered with a shrug. Perfect. Like this I'll have the excuse to test the lad. If he lose, and he will, I'll have a good enough excuse to tell Ilya to break up with him. Nothing personal, but she is still too young to have a boyfriend and… Once changed into more appropriate clothes, Bo re-entered the room, his thoughts dying at seeing the shirtless blonde already waiting in his place on the arena. You sure have muscles, the old man muttered. I train a lot, thank you, the blonde answered with a smile. Well, here we go, Bo muttered, slamming his feet down as hard as he could in a show of power. YOSH! Naruto replied, smirking while doing the same, his stomping producing deep cracks on the floor and shocking Bo a little. Sorry, got carried away, he then said with a sheepish expression. Why? Without wasting too much time, Bo charged forward, his arms closing around the blonde's chest as he started pushing. NNNNNGH! Uff! NNNNNGH! Huffing heavily, the mayor of Orden Village pushed as hard as he could, his feet leaving deep trails on the floor of the arena, while his face got beet red. Dad, you are not moving, Ilya said with an uncertain tone. NNNNNGH! What? Bo said, looking down with bulged-out eyes to see that indeed he had not moved the blonde in front of him of an inch. My turn now, right? Naruto asked eagerly. Well, technically it's not about turns, you should push me back or get free, Bo said while still pushing. Oh. Sorry then, nothing personal, the blonde answered while grabbing the old man's face with one hand. Heave-o! Naruto said with a smirk, lightly pushing back and forcing Bo to uselessly try to push back himself. All in all, it looked like the old man was doing the moonwalk. And out of the arena, the young man said while gently shoving Bo out of the ring. Damn it! Okay, you seem to understand the basics, but I am not convinced yet. Again? The old man asked with narrowed eyes. If you say so, Bo. Give me your best shot. Don't go easy on me, Naruto answered with a big grin and a happy nod. This time I won't go easy on you, lad. Fight me as if you were fighting one of the Gorons, the other said in determination. Okay. With Ilya. The girl was watching in amusement as her father got repetitively flung out of the arena by Naruto, sometimes even with the young man carrying Bo on his shoulder before dropping him out, all for the ire and shattered pride of the mayor. What are you looking at? Asked a voice, the tone filled to the brim in venom. And who are you? Ilya asked back, surprised to see a small creature of shadows float near her with narrowed eyes. I am Midna, Naruto's girlfriend, she answered with crossed arms. TCH. As if I am his woman, Ilya said with a glare. What does he sees in you, I wonder, you are so plain, nothing worthy of all his interest. I may understand his attraction to that huge fur ball since whenever she gains a human body she gets a little prettier, but still, Midna asked in disbelief. So that nine-tailed bitch now has a human body? As I suspected, I knew she was planning something, and you, I am not plain, I am human. But you, what do you hope to have from him with that body of yours? Ilya answered with a growl. Yadaujimai only has a body when in the Twilight. Luckily Naruto always managed to stop her from getting any, of course saving himself for me, Midna said with a smug impression. He is no longer a virgin, we gave each other our first time and used to have a healthy sexual life before all this started. Ilya answered, pleased by the other's horrified expression. You little farm whore! You seduced him! Midna hissed in anger. Probably, but ever since then we had been a couple. Well, not for long. We have kissed not long ago. He had shoved his tongue in my mouth with raging hunger, so I know he is interested. Midna replied in victory. Interested? In what? I don't see anything sexy in you, and a kiss means nothing, Ilya answered, although while watching the blonde with an apprehensive expression. Are you sure? I am more useful to him than a little girl from a farm, and if he needs, I am sure I will be able to show him how good I am. All that wealth would be wasted with someone like you, Midna said with a chuckle. Wasted? You don't know him, I am the only one that can keep up with him, the other girl said. TCH. I saw him fighting, there is no way in Twilight that you can match that stamina, Midna said scoffing. He can be gentle if he wants, and I showed him every time that I can take whatever he can dish out, he and his clones too. Clones? He can really use that cloning technique in sex? Midna asked with wide eyes. Yes, he is a walking gangbang, and he is all mine, Ilya said smugly. Oh. Now I'll need to talk him into doing that. That's something that needs to be explored. Midna muttered eagerly, looking at Naruto with hungry eyes. You are cheatin'. There is no way you can do this without wearing iron boots like me. Bo yelled in rage as was throughout once again, the strange boots on his feet clanging loudly as he stomped back in the arena. Iron boots? Naruto asked. Well, those Gorons are made of rock, one can hope to beat them in sumo wrestling with power alone. Bo said in embarrassment, and with a very red face. What do you mean, Dad? You cheated when you fought the Gorons? Ilia asked surprised. I had a guy I know create those. They are special, they get heavy as soon as someone wears them, making you difficult to throw away even for a Goron. Please don't tell the others I am using this trick. Bo answered, looking down in shame. Wait. You mean to tell me that those boots are heavy only when someone wears them? Naruto asked. Yeah. Bo answered with a nod. I call bullshit, that's not possible. Naruto said, throwing his arms up in the air with a groan. Here. Bo said while taking off the iron boots and throwing them at the blonde. Damn! They do not weigh that much, the blonde said in surprise. Probably enchanted like that compass. Yadajime offered. Well, I don't need them, I should be fine without. Naruto said. No, take those with you, goddesses forbid you do need them, at least y'all have them with you. Just please you two, keep my secret, especially with Rinnedu. Bo answered. My mouth is closed. Naruto answered. Me too, Dad. I won't talk this time, but you shouldn't boast about it so much if you cheated. Ilia said with a reprimanding tone. Okay. Bo said, flinching at his daughter's glare. Naruto, can we talk? Ilia then asked. Sure, everything you want. The blonde answered with a nod. We will be at the Spirit Spring, Dad, I'll be safe, the girl said before dragging the blonde outside. Few minutes later, Spirit Spring. Okay, we are here, what's happening? Naruto asked with a worried expression. Did you kiss Minna? Did you really do that? She asked. Ha! Yes, I did, he answered with a pained sigh. Why? She asked. I don't know, he answered while looking away. It's not an answer, Ilia said, moving closer with a sad light in her eyes. If it can help, the first time that happened we were both angry and acted on instinct. It all started from there. Midna said while coming out from the blonde's shadow. You had to tell her, don't you? You had to brag about it. He muttered. What do you want from him? Ilia asked. Not with him within earshot, Midna answered. I can let Yadajime take over my body and speak through me. If you need privacy, I won't listen, Naruto said with a sigh. Yes, please. At least I will fix this thing once and for all, since you are not able, the girl answered. Without commenting on her words, he just closed his eyes. After a moment, he reopened them. This time they were red with a slit-like pupil. Do tell, ready to antagonize him? Do so, I don't mind. The more you attack him, the less problems I'll have to save him from you. I won't even need to get involved as you are doing all the dirty work for me. The voice coming out was distorted, and yet the amusement in it was unmistakable. He cheated on me, Ilia said. TCH. Poor baby. Her boyfriend kissed another girl, boo-hoo, girl. I watched as he had been blackmailed into being the toy of a group of hopeless brats while his at-the-time girlfriend was not strong enough to put her feet down, and guess what? I am still here and ready to be with him. Once resolved this mess with the Twilight Realm, I'll just tell him that we need to leave. The fact that now you people know about his past will make things easier. Don't worry, I'll make sure he will forget about you, and soon he will, and I will also make sure some new spineless coward won't snatch him away by taking my rightful place at his side. Yadajime said with a voice dripping in sarcasm. So what should I do? Forgive him? Ilia asked with narrowed eyes. No. I would prefer seeing you break up with him. He already had doubts about his relationship with you, and this will just prove him that he was right and that I am the only woman he needs. And by the way, seducing him until he lost control and pretty much assaulted you, so to use his guilt is not any better, darling," the vixen answered. "That is a part one had not heard about, do tell," Midna said with a smirk. "Don't you dare. The girl here spent one entire year shamelessly flirting with our dear blonde, then, as a finishing blow, she took a bath naked with him, all the while alluding and rubbing her foot on his leg. When she saw him snap and grab her, the victorious bitch here just made sure he could completely lose control and fuck her. After that it was all a walk in the park for her to gain the boyfriend she wanted," Yadajima answered. "That's vile, a dirty tactic if I ever saw one." "For shame, Ilya," Midna said with a mocking laugh. "Did Yadajima here tell you how she come to be sealed in Naruto? One day she decided to attack his home village and kill people by the thousands, forcing his father to seal her in the only body that would have been able to hold her back, Naruto. And were you a helpful burden, Yadajima? No, you weren't. You are the reason the first years of his life were a mess, and you even tried to kill him in multiple occasions, and when you failed that, you tried to take over his body for yourself. That's not exactly the picture of someone one can trust," Ilya said in anger. "That said, I guess I am his better option then. Don't worry, girls, you don't need to feel forced in staying with him. I can take care of him by myself," Midna said, snorting in amusement at the other two glaring at each other. "Back off. Contrary to the idiot here, I am capable of accepting my mistakes and dealing with the consequences. We have been through a lot together, so I won't step down now. And for your information, you uptight idiot, I was brainwashed into attacking Konoha. The rest I admit was all me, but I have no guilt over the attack itself," Yadajima answered with a growl. At hearing both human and vixen argue and declare their intention and not giving up, Midna decided to be more sneaky about the whole thing. While the furball and the brat kept glaring at each other, a simple plan already started forming in Midna's head. Sure, she will need to share the blonde with Yadajima until everything was ready, but being a good liar had always been a hidden talent of the imp girl. She would be patient, and then act at the right occasion to have her shinobi all for herself. "Good to hear that, know what? Let's leave the bimbo here and share the blonde between the two of us. For all we know, you are stuck in him indefinitely. May as well try to find a sort of balance between us," Midna offered with her most believable smile. "I may accept that for now, but I will keep an eye on you. I'll inform Naruto and then let him take back control," the vixen replied with narrowed eyes. "Glad to see that we reached a compromise, furball," the imp girl said with a satisfied nod. "Let's go, Midna," Naruto said once back in control. He never looked back at Ilya while walking towards the long bridge connecting the village to the forest. "Hey," Ilya said. "Yes?" he asked back with a plain face. "Where are you going?" she asked, flinching at his cold expression. "Death Mountain. Once I've resolved this mess with the Gorons, I'll start organizing for a way to transport here the kids," he answered. "And our problem?" she asked. "Resolved. Between us it's over and you won't hear from me anymore, easy," he answered with a shrug. "Wait!" Ilya called out, grabbing his arm before he could dash away. "What?" he asked. "Do you love Yadajima?" Ilya asked. "Yes," he said. "And Midna?" "I still don't know." And me?" the girl asked in apprehension. "I used to, but in this situation I can force you into accepting this," the blonde replied with a sigh. "Can you choose between us three?" she asked. "No, I don't think I will ever be able," he answered. "I see. I need to go," Naruto said with a nod before moving again. "Be careful," she said, surprising him by kissing his cheek. "We'll resolve this once this crisis is over, so don't die or I won't forgive you. You won't escape this talk," Ilya said. "Okay, I promise," Naruto answered before rapidly sprinting towards Kakariko village. "Are you okay?" Yadajima asked. "I don't know," he answered. "I'm here if you need me, just ask," Midna offered. "Me too. Thank you, both of you, and sorry for all this," he said with a small smile. "Don't be idiot. I know you too well, so I am not angry. Yet," Yadajima said with a chuckle. "No problem, I'll find a way for you to pay me back later, ee. Midna said, laughing. He may not be able to choose, but he said nothing about me choosing for him. I'll just need to remove the competition. Ilya muttered with narrowed eyes while watching him disappear in the horizon. Some time later, Kakariko Village. Beth and Talo were calmly talking about the future trip back to Orden Village when an impromptu trembling of the earth startled them. What do you think is happening? Talo asked while looking around frantically. It sounds like steps, Beth said in confusion. R8! With a deafening scream, King Bulblin came racing through the streets of the small village. Behind him, other Bulblin were riding the monstrous-looking bull boss, all of them showing no intentions to stop or even just slow down, no matter who or what they would run over. What are those things? Talo screamed in fear. And monsters, Beth said, too much terrified to move, not even noticing how Talo had already left in a fast run and too scared to worry about her. Beth! Beth, run away! Colin screamed to no avail, watching powerless as the girl kept looking transfixed at the monstrous boars about to run over her. What should I do? The young boy muttered in fear as the thundering steps drew closer to the girl. I need to save her, Colin finally said in determination. Move away! He screamed while pushing Beth away and waiting with closed eyes the beasts to crush him. When silence met his ears, he grew surprised. Tentatively opening one eye, Colin could see that the various bull boss, and their king as well, had all stopped abruptly. Every animal was staring behind Colin with wide eyes while breathing rapidly, surprising even the Bulblins riding them. What's hap? Colin muttered before he too, just like everyone else present, grew pale at the new sensation of pure anger that came crashing down on Kakariko. It was primal and oppressive, it was intense, and it was what awakened the pure unadulterated instinct, deeply ingrained even in the more evolved beings like the Hylian men and women in there, that a big predator was coming and that said predator was pissed beyond comprehension. I was already in a crappy mood and now this. I gave you people a warning, to never attack my friends. I guess that I'll have to use brute force to teach you. A well-known voice growled, his words echoing in the complete silence of the village as with every step the sensation grew thicker. Naruto? Colin stammered as big droplets of sweat started falling from his forehead. Good job saving Beth, I'm proud of you, the shinobi said once finally near the boy, his closeness to the Bulbos making the beasts take several steps back in fright. Thank you, the boy answered with a nod. Take her to safety, this is going to get nasty. Don't worry, I am not angry with any of you, is this bastard here that will need to worry, Naruto said, making King Bulblin flinch a little, even if he had been the only one not showing any reaction to the blonde's anger up until that point. Take those pieces of trash and follow me, we are settling this once and for all, with a fight to death, Naruto said. Gru! King Bulblin said with a feral smile and a nod while lifting his lance with evident eagerness. You are happy to fight me? Very well, it's your funeral after all, the blonde said as both ran out of Kakariko, more Bulblins and Bull Boss joining at each step they took. Once reached a clearing, King Bulblin took out a war horn, blowing on it to produce an ear-splitting sound that seemed to excite the other Bulblin present, sending them and their rides into a frenzy and enticing their bloodthirst. Need some help? Midna asked. Not this time, I want to be the one to make them regret ever attacking my precious people, Naruto answered, moving his fingers in a cross-like hand seal with a determined expression. Kagebu Enshin no Jutsu, he called out, summoning several dozen of clones of himself in the clearing. Keep the others occupied, I don't want some cheap shot to interrupt the beating I will give to this asshole, the blonde ordered, watching as the clones immediately assaulted the other Bulblins present. Just me and you, fat ass! Come and get me! Naruto yelled. At that yell, both the original blonde and the King Bulblin started running side by side while exchanging blows between the shinobi's kunai and the creature's long lance, trying to skin each other alive. The fact that the human was running by himself and still keeping up with the giant Bulbo not even registering in King Bulblin's mind, as he was too focused on trying to kill the blonde. Behind them, the various clones were assaulting with animal fury the various Bulblins that had been summoned by the warhorn, and even without using jutsu themselves, the sheer physical strength of the overcharged Kage Bushin were tearing through the creature's ranks like a tank through a wall of tissue paper. "Come here, bastard!" one of the clones yelled while grabbing a nearby bulbo by the horns and lifting it. Once taken a hold of it with his arms around the animal's throat, the Kage Bushin launched the small bulblin, riding it on the floor, and then slammed the boar-like creature on its stomach with a German suplex-like maneuver, breaking the animal's head and the bulblin's ribs at the same time. Near that particular clone, another one was using his hold on the bulbo's back legs before spinning around with enough force to create a small whirlwind and using the beast like a flail to hit the others trying to crush him, sending both bulblins and their rides flying around. "Your buddies are losing, fat ass! What will you do now?" the original Naruto asked with a smirk while grabbing King Bulblin's lance barely under the tip and using it as leverage to throw the heavy creature off the King Bulbo and down on the floor, making pieces of the green-skinned creature fly around damaged. "Garer!" King Bulbo growled in hate as he prepared his warhorn once again. "You are a coward, a fat bastard that is unable to fight for himself and has to rely on the others to do his dirty work. How come you rule them if all you do is calling for backup?" the young man asked with a sneer. Behind the blonde King Bulbo discreetly lowered its head with narrowed eyes, slowly taking aim so to impale the shinobi in its powerful horns before stomping on him, action that was not missed by the young toad sage even without seeing the pleased smirk flashing on King Bulblin's face. "Gra!" With a mighty scream, the fat Bulblin King ran towards Naruto with his lance held high at the same time the giant Bulbo began its charge. "Heh! I've had to deal with really fast people in the past, fat ass. Sorry, but you and that pig behind me simply can't compare with Kakashi, the Raikage or Killer Bee. Try this with someone else," the blonde said before kicking King Bulblin on the chest, destroying the last pieces of his armor and making it double over in pain. "Gowa!" King Bulbo squealed once few feet from the blonde's unprotected back. "Oh, just shut up!" the young man answered while rapidly turning back to deliver a devastating right hook to the side of the beast's head, knocking off several teeth and launching the fat creature several feet back and into unconsciousness. "Now, what to do with you?" Naruto muttered while grabbing King Bulbo's head with enough strength to have its helmet whine under the pressure. "Guhr!" The green-skinned creature just growled tiredly with half-lidded eyes. "Tch, why do I gotta be a good guy? I can't kill you like this," the blonde said in dismay while throwing King Bulblin behind him and walking away. "Yo, boss! We dealt with those idiots. Every single one of them won't hurt people for a long time," one of the clones said with a wide smile while pointing with his thumb at a huge mountain of mangled Bulblins that were moaning in agony thanks to the various bruises that were covering their bodies. "Let them go this time. But be sure they understand that if I find some of them harassing people again, I won't have mercy," Naruto replied. "Okay. We'll make sure that the message will stick," the clone replied cheerfully before joining his brothers. "Behind you, behind you." The voices of both Midna and Yadajimai resounded in the blonde's mind with deafening volume. "Gra!" Behind the young man, King Bulblin screamed in rage with the small blade of one of its followers held high above his head with the intention of beheading the blonde shining in its madness-filled eyes. Sigh. "At least I tried. If someone is watching, then please forgive me." "Rasengan!" Naruto muttered with a sigh before turning around with a watermelon-sized ball of spiraling chakra already forming in his hand. Both blade and jutsu met halfway before the small weapon got torn to pieces by the spiraling energy of the Rasengan that then proceeded to drill a perfectly spherical hole in King Bulblin's chest, the creature's blood momentarily shooting out of its back together with bones and organs all mixed into a fine mist before the wind carried everything away. "Jiwa?" King Bulblin muttered with wide eyes before slumping to the side dead, his empty gaze fixed on the shinobi in an everlasting mask of incredulity. "Just because I choose not to kill you, it doesn't mean that I was not able to do it. I tried to give you one last chance. You just choose to throw it back on my face. It's not just my fault if this happened. You brought this up to yourself," Naruto answered with a sad expression. "That one was beyond redemption. Contrary to Sasuke, Zabuza and the others, this creature was clearly too far beyond help. it won't have changed its view of things, nor it would have tried to be a better being. Console yourself with the fact that it had been a fast death, compared to what he could have done had we not stopped him in Kakariko. You showed even too much mercy. Yadajimai answered while mentally patting his back in affection. They were about to run over the kids or even kidnap them. We both know that this was the only possible outcome. Don't put on yourself guilt that you shouldn't carry. Midna added. Thank you, girls. I appreciate it. The blonde answered with a tiny smile. Whenever you want. Big deal. I aim to please, ee. Back to Kakariko Town. The small group of kids were watching in apprehension towards the entrance of the small village for their friend to return, Renadu behind them making sure no one could try to go out there watching and interfere. But he himself could not dare, hoping to see the blonde return after watching all those creatures amassed to fight that single human. Iya! I can't leave you alone for a minute that you go and play hero, Colin. Seriously, am I such a bad influence? Naruto asked while calmly walking behind the group and startling every one of them for his sudden appearance. Arg! Don't do this! Beth screamed in rage. Naruto, are you okay? Colin asked, worried. And you ask? What about you, are you alright? Those bull boss went pretty close to crushing you, the blonde answered. No! I'm okay. Beth. I'm sorry, the boy answered. For what? The girl asked. You know, for shoving you. Are you mad? Colin asked while looking down. No, you idiot. I should thank you for that instead, she answered with a small smile. Beth and Colin, sitting in a tree, KISSINOUCH, Naruto said with a sing-song voice before Beth's kick to his shin silenced him. Shut up, the blushing girl yelled in embarrassment. Ha! Naruto. I think I finally understand, Colin said while looking at the young man with wonder-filled eyes. What? I understand what my dad meant when he told me I needed to be stronger, like you, Naruto, the boy said. Come on, don't say things like that. I am not a great example, Naruto said in discomfort, while nervously scratching the back of his head. You are instead. My dad was not talking about simple strength, you know, like lifting stuff. He was talking about being brave, Colin answered in determination. There is being brave, and there is being foolish. I tend to be both and sometimes only foolish. You shouldn't risk your life on a whim like that, the blonde man answered. While I admit that fighting those monsters alone was a little foolish, I could also see the strength behind your eyes. You were not doing that because of an illusion of power, but because you knew you would have been able to win and so conscious that it was up to you to defend the kids from them, Renadu said while giving an encouraging squeeze to the young man's shoulder. You fought them and won, that's why you are my hero. You can do anything. You can do something to help the Gorons in the mine too, can't you, Naruto? Colin said. I was going in there before you had your moment of heroism, yes, the blonde admitted with a nod and a tiny smile. I can't believe you, Colin. I mean, that was a really brave thing to do. Especially since I thought you were, you know, Talo said. A weakling? Remember this, Talo. Never underestimate someone, because if you do, there will come a time where the weakling or the dead last will show you and everyone else what they can really be able to. Naruto answered with a proud smile. Personal experience? Yadajimai asked, smirking. Fuck yeah. I am awesome and people finally learned that. If only I could rub it on the face of people like Mizuki and the others, he thought in answer. Don't worry, I'd bet that your parents and the third Hokage have by now taught to those people how wrong they were, the huge vixen said. Well, if you need me, I'll be kicking some Goron's ass. Don't go looking for trouble and listen to Renadu, okay? The young man said. Okay, the kids answered with an even too innocent smile. TCH. As if I will get fooled by those pests, Naruto muttered with a fake frown. Death Mountain, entranced to the Goron territory. Once climbed his way back towards the rock-made people domain, Naruto found himself staring at a very worried guard. Oh, you again? I see you recovered well, the blonde said with a happy smile. Why, you were lucky last time, TT, this time I will be the one laughing, the worried Gorin said with a slight edge to his voice. Then show me. I challenge your strength for the right to pass, Naruto said while taking a sumo stance. Oh, okay, here I come, the guard said before launching himself at the blonde in a spinning ball of rock. Oh, I forgot to tell you, that's a clone, the real Naruto said from the wall above the Gorin as the guard dispelled the clone and kept rolling away, too fast to stop himself before falling from the tall wall. Damn, wow, you! The Gorin yelled in rage as he crashed down below, and kept rolling down the road unable to stop. No one said anything about using brain strength, the young man answered shrugging. More incoming, Yadajime said as a new Gorin was already rolling towards the blonde at high speed. Sigh. This is gonna take a while, the young man said with a sigh. Meanwhile, base of Death Mountain. 2 Gorin guards were watching as one after another their fellow soldiers were launching themselves towards the only entrance of their dominion. Having been alerted by the first guard after his failed attempt at stopping the shinobi had the security of the place being maxed out in hope to stop any intruder from advancing. Don't you think that we are overreacting? We are talking about a single human here, the first guard asked, curious, as the noises of the battle between the various Gorins and the blonde man were reaching all the way back towards them. Crash. Thud. Rasengan. Boom. Stop that human. I don't know, Bangoran. Gapparan seemed pretty beaten up when we found him. He kept whining about being left alone against blonde-haired monsters. The second guard answered with a shrug. Come here. They heard the human yell in anger. No. 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 Another Gorin answered with a high-pitched voice. Come here, I said. The young man ordered with a loud growl followed by a Gorin shrieking in both surprise and fear. Wait. My arm doesn't bend that way. My arm doesn't bend that way. My arm doesn't bend that way. Crack. Now it does. The same Gorin yelled in pain. That sounded painful. The first guard, Bangoran, muttered shivering. Yep. The other answered with a tiny nod. Oh spirits, why you have forsaken us? The final guard screamed in agony. Rasengan! Naruto's voice resounded clearly as the last remaining guard came flying out of the long corridor thanks to the powerful jutsu, the rock-made warrior finally ending his flying when slammed on the solid wall behind Bangoran and his friend. Do you think we should intervene? Bangoran asked uncertain while watching the defeated guard muttering incoherently in pain from the hole in the wall his landing had just created. Maybe we still have to save face, you know? We Gorin won't give a nice impression if we do not challenge our enemy heads up. There are times where I hate our being so prideful, and this is one of those times, Bangoran said with slumped shoulders. Listen. I just want to resolve whatever problem you people have that is forcing you to stop the people of Kakariko Village from using the mines. Now we can do this the easy way, with you people just letting me talk with your boss and so resolve everything in few minutes. Or you can be a bunch of idiots and charge me, but then know that I will carve my way towards the chief of this place by blowing your collective asses to dust, Naruto said once finally reached the base of the mountain. In the complete silence that followed that statement, no one paid attention to the massive rock that went shoot out from the volcano and that crashed on the ground with a deafening explosion behind the blonde, thing in itself impressive since the rock was as big as a small house and caused the floor to rattle for a few minutes. And yet everyone's eyes were fixed on the blonde human making that astounding, and quite bold, statement about he alone challenging every Gorin present in there just to speak to their boss. Grab him! A lone Gorin yelled from far away to the side, prompting every guard present to rush the blonde shinobi. Oh! That's it, eh? I am so gonna make you regret choosing the hard way then, Naruto said with narrowed eyes while cracking his neck. Be gentle, they are only trying to do their job, Midna said. And I am doing mine, it's not my fault that we have opposite goals, the blonde said while running towards the dozen or so Gorins charging him. Small chamber within the mountain, chief room. In the wide room, on the faraway wall opposite to the entrance, stood a raised platform with a small throne, On said throne was sitting an ancient-looking Goron with silver-white hair and various wrinkles marking even his rock-like skin. The two guards standing at the old Goron's sides grimacing a little at the crashing noises coming from outside together with the muffled screams of their brethren. "Intruders are attacking us. We should have destroyed the village," one of the guards said with a growl. "Don't say such foolish things. We are not savages. If those people are coming here, then we will test their will and then listen what they want to tell us. Only then we will decide what to do," the Goron elder answered with a calm and yet firm tone. "It must be about using our minds once again, Elder Gor-Koran," the second guard said. "If that's the case, then we will once again tell them that entrance is forbidden. They will have no other choice than accept," the elder answered. In that moment the door of the chamber was kicked open with enough force to tear the towering thing from its hinges and slam on the floor. What appeared once the small cloud of dust settled was the scowling Naruto dragging a Goron guard behind him before tossing him to the side and then glare at Gor-Koran with narrowed eyes. "I am looking for the boss of those guys, is that you?" the young man asked while ignoring the indignation on the faces of the other guards present. "Are you alone, human?" the elder asked. "Yes, is that a problem?" "Yes, it is, for me. Is this young one such an imposing enemy that you all had to gang up against him?" "I think not. Little brothers," Gor-Koran answered before addressing the other Gorons present. "He actually massacred 3 whole squads out there, just saying." The guard that had been dragged inside answered with a slur before finally losing consciousness. "Oh, that's impressive," the elder admitted with a nod. "Thanks, old man. But who are you?" "I am a Goron elder, little human. I am called Gor-Koran. Naruto Link, nice to make your acquaintance," the blonde replied with a bow. "Likewise, because of certain circumstances, I must lead the Goron tribe in place of Darbus, our tribal patriarch. Tell me, little human, do you come from the village below?" the elder asked. "Yes, your circumstances are creating a lot of problems to Kakariko and its people, and I had been asked to resolve them as fast as possible," Naruto answered, nodding. "I see, you have done well to come this far. You are strong. For a human," Gor-Koran said with a grunt. "Yes, I hear that a lot. However, the mines beyond here are sacred to my tribe. Outsiders are not allowed, unless," the old Goron said with narrowed eyes. "Let me guess, I need to defeat you in a sumo match?" the blonde answered, groaning. "Very perceptive. Yes, I could make an exception, but you would have to beat me in a contest of power. Are you willing to try that, little human?" Gor-Koran asked, smirking. "We are on a tight schedule with a man planning to conquer the world, and those people want to waste time to have a sumo contest. Really? Really? Unbelievable!" Yadajimai moaned in disbelief. "If I have no other choice, really, this is getting ridiculous. All this just to enter a mountain. Why everything has to be so damn complicated?" Naruto answered, groaning in dismay at the idiocy of it all. Under the watchful gaze of every Goron present, the two moved on the small ring in the middle of the room, the annoyed blonde ignoring the boos of the ones watching as he stepped on his side. "It will be a fast match, the first to fall lose," Gor-Koran said before slamming his feet down hard, making the room shake a little. "Care to answer in kind to this buffoon?" Yadajimai asked. Fine. Naruto muttered while subtly channeling chakra on his feet before stomping down. The result was a slam that managed to drive the whole ring several inches underground and send deep cracks from the impact point all the way to the ceiling, making a little dust fall from above them, and seemingly lifting the ones watching and the elder Goron an inch from the ground in a small jump. "Damn!" one of the guards muttered with raised eyebrows. "Oh!" was all the comment Gor-Koran could do as the blonde moved forward to push the elder. "Ugh! You sure know how to push," the elder said while shoving the human away to try and push back. "TCH. Thanks, Gigi," Naruto answered, smirking, moving to the side and grabbing the old Goron's face to throw him back a little. "What did you call me?" "My people's way to say grandpa. The blonde answered as he got grabbed by the elder. "I am not that old," Gor-Koran growled while trying to push him back. "If you say so," Naruto replied, breaking free and giving to the old Goron the last push to launch him out of the ring. GHHN. Young warrior, you have a strong will and sharp eyes, and actually weight more than what you look like, the elder said as he stumbled on his feet. You are not bad either, GG. Naruto replied, grinning. Don't call me grandpa, you insolent youngster, the elder yelled in anger. Whatever, can I know why you've forbidden everyone from Kakariko to come here now? The shinobi asked. Fine, you have seen it, I would bet. The mountain is erupting without pause, the old Gorin answered. Yep, what about it? It all happened not long ago, when the mountain began to rage. All 4 of us elders and Darbus, our patriarch, went inside to investigate its anger. We have a treasure that was entrusted to us by the spirits, and we must protect it. Do you understand? Yeah, I know about that. You people are guarding a piece of the fused shadow, and I bet one of you had the brilliant idea of touching it, getting corrupted by it as a result. Naruto answered. How do you? Ak. Yes, that's exactly what happened. The moment Darbus reached out and touched the treasure, everything went wrong. What happened? As you say, he got corrupted, he collapsed and before our very eyes transformed into an unspeakable monster. He began to rage through the mines, trailing ruin behind him, and the eruptions grew more frequent and more severe as if following his madness. We used all our strength to seal him deep inside the mountain and… Wait, you sealed him down there instead of helping him? Naruto asked with an incredulous expression. Yes, we… No! I don't want to hear excuses. If you don't want to help him, then I will. Let me enter and I will bring your patriarch back sparkling new, the young man said, growling. It grieved us to do this. He was our patriarch, but we had no other course of action, the elder yelled angrily. Really? You're not convincing me. Listen, I am asking this favor of you, young warrior, go to the aid of Darbus. Make no mistake, the spirits have guided you here, Gorkoran said. More likely, the spirits begged us to fix this mess since their hero was dead. Midna muttered. Yep, I say we ask for a double S-class payment for all the crap we are going through for this. Yadajimai added. Not now, girls! Naruto mentally pleaded. I ask for your help, on behalf of my entire clan. Please aid us in this moment of need, the elder asked. Okay. No need to worry, I'll take care of this, the young man answered. Good. Let the young warrior pass, Gorkoran said before ordering the 2 guards to step aside, showing an opening on the wall. Be careful, the mines are full of traps, all placed to protect the treasure from the thieves. And worse than traps, since the eruptions began, foul creatures of all shapes have settled into every corner of the mines. Getting to the patriarch's location will not be easy. I would prepare your spirit if I were you, young warrior, the elder said. Oh joy! I can't wait to risk my life in an overly complicated dungeon, Naruto said with heavy sarcasm as he entered the cave. Was it a good idea, Elder Gorkoran? One of the guards asked. We have no other choice than to trust him. I just hope he will show restraint and not dash. Boom, the elder answered before the first of a long series of explosions shocked the mountain. Ha, this is not the way I imagined my retirement, Gorkoran muttered with a sigh of dismay. Omake, Jiraiya Hylian Misadventure 2. The Toad Sannin was carefully scanning everywhere, up and down, far and wide through all Hyrule in search of news about his escaped former student, but ever since his arrival in the foreign lands far away from the elemental countries he had to suppress his more animal instinct with the reasoning that he would have all the time to do his research. Peeping, once found Naruto. But now the horrible truth had become so huge the old spy master could no longer ignore it. There was not a single bathhouse in all Hyrule. Nothing. Nothing even just resembling the barest idea of a bathhouse, and even if part of him was conscious that it was something he should have expected when dealing with a different culture, the cold truth he had been forced to face had still took a heavy toll on him, all the same. I can do this! I can put my research aside and focus only on finding Naruto. I can do this, it's only a matter of willpower. Aowawarg! I need tits and I need them now! Jiraiya yelled in agony after a long silence, then it happened. At the beginning it was just a feeble noise, but once the spy master focused his senses he could hear that it was the noise of splashing water, followed by the greatest sound his ears had ever captured, the giggling of young girls. Splashing waters plus giggling of a young voice. It can only mean that a group of girls is bathing, Jiraiya said with sparkling eyes while already sending a heartfelt thank you prayer to whatever deity heard his plea. It was just his luck that Hyrule was being guarded by 3 female deities that were also becoming very fond of the same blonde the old man was looking for, doubling the troubles Jiraiya was fated to face as long as he decided to stay on their territory. Throwing himself down the toad, Sannin slowly made his way towards the celestial voices of what he could tell were at least 6 girls taking a bath, hopefully naked, in what must have been a natural spring. Closer, just a little closer, he muttered while hiding behind a tall rock and preparing his ever-trusty blocknotes to capture the glorious spectacle that was awaiting him. I'll start with a detailed description of the girls and their naked bodies. Then I may add some games they were playing with each other before the hero walked in. Maybe I should have the girl's boss tie him up and make him pay for peeping. Yeah. Have the girls punish him before having all of them fall in love with him thanks to his manly presence and his innocent/pure heart. Some other hardships to appease the drama lovers before a final orgy, and I think sexy harem finale N.6 should be good in this case. Yeah, definitely gonna use the N.6 one, it's a classic. Jiraiya muttered while thinking about the base of the new issue of his legendary Ica Ica books. I think Hot for Hylian should be a good title, the Toad Sage said with a wide smirk, so engrossed by his plans to not notice how the rock he was using as hiding spot had gained arms, legs and a deeply scowling face that was now glaring holes in the shinobi's head. What about walking away and never again trying to peep on our women? The tall, muscular and most of all huge Goron said with a snarl as his 5 brothers, also very tall and very jealous, joined the scene to surround Jiraiya. You must be the Gorons I heard talking about, the Toad Sage said while straining his neck a little to look up high enough to meet the Goron's eyes. Yes, dirty human, and we don't like when someone outside of the Goron tribe tries to spy on our women, another Goron said. Yes, the females of our tribe can't be spoiled by the filthy eyes of humans, a third one added with an angry growl. You have no proofs that I was about to peep on them, Jiraiya said with his best offended expression. You were sitting on my foot when muttering about writing a book called Hot for Hylian and the orgies in it talking about our women, the first Goron said angrily. Ah, you were that rock then, the spy master said in realization. Yes. Very well then, bye, the shinobi said before moving from 0 to blurring fast in a matter of seconds as he ran away. Grab him, the first Goron said as he and the other 5 curled into giant boulders to sprint behind the pervert, the women in the spring too soon following, angered that someone dared interrupt their small vacation for dirty purposes. You can't catch me, because I am Jiraiya, the super PRV Zob. While the widely smirking Sannin was sprinting away, out of the blue and in deep contrast to the absolute lack of even the smallest cloud, 3 streams of lightning fell on him at the same time zapping him. Leaving the charged shinobi fell on the ground groaning in pain and easy prey for the furious Goron group. And even if sounding quite possessive, the male part of the small mob was more than happy to let the women have the first bite on the old man, watching in pride as they moved through a throughout beating before the men too joined in punishing the alleged super pervert. Up in heaven, with the 3 goddesses. Serves the pervert well. That was the last thing we needed, someone proud to peep on women, Din said with narrowed eyes while adding to the wall behind her a picture of Jiraiya with wanted written under it. He is also on a mission to kidnap our hero. We must keep him under close watch and stop any attempt, Faror added with a sneer. My hero you mean? The goddess of power said. Now is not the time for that. We will need to at least stop that man from interfering. We can't risk to lose our only hope to stop the Twilight because in a backwater country they finally understood what they are missing. He is part of Hyrule now. He is under our direct protection, the goddess of courage answered. I am with you in that. I will personally curse that idiot if he tries anything, Din said nodding. Are you with us, Sister Naruto? Faror asked to the empty side of the room. Oh yees! More hero namikes. Pound my backside until it breaks. It belongs only to you. The image of the goddess of wisdom, back into a human body, yelled in delight as the blonde shinobi was forced to go faster while pleasuring her in her back door. Oh, for fuck's sake! Faro roared in anger while moving to recover and restrain the wayward goddess and take her back to heaven. And they say that I am the perverted one, Din muttered while joining Faro in recovering Naruto. The curious thing was that Naruto still couldn't understand who were those three women that liked to sometime pop up and have their way with him. Not that he minded, but he could not explain how they could appear out of thin air, undress him and then disappear once done without trace. That and both Midna and Yadajime were getting more paranoid after each failed attempt at keeping them away, actually scaring the blonde a lot with their low muttering about the kind of punishment the two would inflict on those three mysterious women should they manage to catch them. Chapter 6, In Shinobi We Trust. Deep inside the Death Mountain, Goron Mines. There were lava, fire and brimstone everywhere I could see. The very air seemed so hot to melt steel, and to complete the lovely image numerous tremors kept shaking the whole area, making huge rocks fall from the ceiling that in turn would spray magma everywhere with a dull spluck. Noise once reached the lakeworth of molten rock, taking most of the mine's floor. With a barely audible tapping of well-trained feet, the blonde hero jumped from the ceiling after having been forced to open his way there with a Rasengan to clear his path from rocks, and something told him that it wouldn't have been a rare occurrence being forced to use brute strength to make his way towards the deepest parts of that hellish dungeon. I already hate this place, Tsukushi muttered in distaste. What do you think, Naruto? Midna asked from the young man's shadow. This place sucks. Just look at that. There is barely a floor down there to walk on, and fucking pillars of flames and magma are randomly rising from the cracks. Sigh. Considering this heath, I wouldn't mind a nice, cold lemon-flavored kakigori, shave ice, now. Naruto answered with a defeated sigh. Be strong, you can do Thai. Midna was about to answer when words died in her throat. What? The blonde asked while sealing away the upper half of his jumpsuit, and the cloak thus remaining bare-chested. Good. The imp girl muttered transfixed as her eyes traced every inch of his sweating chest. Put at least a shirt on, you are liquefying the brain of the little pervert. The ten-tailed vixen said in dismay. Then why you are not afflicted? He asked. Please. I saw you grow up. She answered smirking. Yeah, sorry if I thought. I practically knew your body's every detail by the second shower after you returned from your training trip with the toad pervert. She finished saying. Never mind, the shinobi said, sighing while begrudgingly wearing a simple sleeveless shirt. What? Where were we? Midna asked once having recomposed herself. Goron Mines, mission about saving the leader of the Goron tribe so to have the bastards open their minds once again to the villagers down in Kakariko. Naruto answered. Oh yes, carry on then, the imp answered, nodding. With a last chuckle at the girl's antics, the shinobi kicked up speed towards the other end of the room, carefully avoiding fallen rocks, pillars of flames, and the strange slug-like creatures that seemed to be made of living magma themselves, although Naruto had to admit that those could have been considered cute, had they not tried to kill him at every given occasion. Pressure plates everywhere that activate just for a very short time. Do you think they just added them so to stop Darbus? He asked. I hope so, otherwise working here would be the worst job ever. Tsukushi answered, shrugging. What is that thing? The blonde asked once entered the new room and pointing at the towering contraption in the middle. It should be a huge magnet, Midna answered. Oh, cool. Can we please go on? I am bathing in my sweat here. Sorry. Continuing on their quest, and encountering things like bubblins and giant fire-breathing lizards that Naruto simply tossed down into the lava in his hurry to go on, the shinobi and the two girls arrived in a wide room, dominated to their horror by a big ring for sumo contests where an old man was already waiting with a surprised smile on his face. Oh! I thought I felt an imposing presence, but what a surprise to find a young human, the Goron midget said in amusement. I hope you know why exactly I am here, Naruto said with a groan while already imagining what their talk will soon lead to. Yes, word has come to me of you as well, and if Goron has faith in you, then your heart must be true. The old Goron answered, nodding. Yes, Goron-san and I. Goromoto, I am one of the 4 Goron elders, youngster. Goron-san was my father, the old man said. Oh, okay. Sorry for the mistake, the other answered with a sweat drop. If you were ready to come here just to help us, young human, it means that you truly are heroic. Please, you must lend this tribe your power, Goromoto asked. I'll do everything I can, trust me, Naruto said in determination. Then take this, it's one of the 3 parts of the key that will take you to Darba's prison. Pay attention, these mines are not as safe as they used to be back in the days, the old Goron said. Oh yes. Because normally this is an holiday resort, Utsukashi muttered. Talk to the other elders to get their key shards, you must hurry, Goromoto said. Okay, you know? For an instant I thought you were going to force me into a sumo contest for the key shard, Naruto said, chuckling. Well, I know we can't waste time, but I was feeling kind of alone and bored, so if it is not a problem. The old Goron answered with a casual tone of voice. Oh. Look at the time. I'd better hurry up, Darbus won't save himself. Bye, old man. And thanks for the key, Naruto answered before sprinting out of the room at top speed, grabbing a map from the wall before the door could completely close behind him. Goromoto could only sigh in answer to that before returning to his solitary duty as a guard for that part of the mines, but good spirits if he was bored. Meanwhile, near the entrance of Kakariko village, Jiraiya was slowly, ever so cautiously, nearing the small town after being told about the recent events in which most of the population had disappeared overnight. But the very scarce info he had also gathered about a young man scarily resembling Naruto moving towards the place had been more than enough for the Toad Sage to go in there. I don't like this place. Ma and Pa said that something is corrupting Hyrule's natural chakra, and now I can sense it even without being in sage mode. Whatever happened here has left behind traces, the spy master muttered while scanning his surroundings. Can I help you? Renadu asked from behind the Sannin, and almost making Jiraiya jump out of his own skin in surprise. What the foo cough? I mean, I am looking for an old friend of mine that got lost. His name is Naruto Namikaze. Do you know him? He answered. Naruto, sorry, the name is new to me. He is not from here perhaps, the man answered while discreetly clutching with an iron grip the short letter in his pocket that he got from Boa about keeping Naruto's movements secret, and a brief description of the spy master and his mission. I see, but what happened here? The village seems dead, Jiraiya asked. We are living a time of deep sorrow and tragedy here, stranger. Excluding me, my daughter and another man, everyone else got captured. We prefer not to think about what happened to them, Renadu answered. Sorry if I asked? The name is Jiraiya. I come from Konoha, Naruto's home village, and I want to bring him back, the Toad Sage answered. You mean that he escaped? Why would he do so? He just overreacted a bit. He will be happy to return home to his old life, I am sure of it, Jiraiya answered, smirking. Then I hope that your paths will cross soon. It's always sad to see 2 friends get separated, Renadu said with his most convincing smile. I really hope so. He must return. But why don't you come with me? You must be tired after walking all day. You look like someone that would appreciate a little rest, Renadu offered. Just 5 minutes, I am in a hurry, Jiraiya answered with a grateful nod. Don't worry, my daughter is an excellent cook. We are giving hospitality to the kids of Orden while we wait for their village to organize their transportation back home so we won't be alone. The kids of Orden? They are here? Jiraiya asked with raised eyebrows. I have found them not long ago after they apparently escaped their captors. They are all safe, Renadu answered. Need in hand to escort them back there? I can protect them. There is no need. We are already coordinating everything and have a friend that will act as guard. He will be strong enough to protect them, the other answered. Really? Yes. Link is more strong than people may think at first glance, Renadu answered, smirking at using the blonde's new surname. What about the other survivor? Where is he? Jiraiya asked. You mean Barnes? He is indisposed, but nothing of importance. Now come. Lunch must be ready by now, Renadu said while pretty much pushing Jiraiya towards his home. In truth, Barnes had been tied up and mouth gagged as soon as Talo had seen Jiraiya nearing Kakariko, and now the bomb expert was hidden in a closet in the back of Renado's place and guarded by the other kids just in case the man could accidentally spill some information about the only one apparently able to resolve their problems with the Gorin and Hyrule in general. Back with Naruto, Gorin minds. You know, it's kind of funny after all. Sure, the boots make a lot of noise at every step, but it's cool to walk on the ceiling without using chakra, Naruto said while calmly walking upside down thanks to the iron boots and the magnetic stone covering the top of the room he was in. I think that you are just being lazy and using the fun of the boots as an excuse to not use chakra, Utsukushi answered with a smirk. I thought you loved me, Utsu-chan. What happened? The blonde said, whining. And I do love you, you dummy. Just focus on this thing. I am already tired to stay here, the vixen answered. TCH. Disgusting, he is wasted with someone like you, furball. He should just drop you and stay with me, Midna muttered with narrowed eyes. Say that again, you impish bitch, Utsukushi whispered back. Girls? Naruto asked in worry. Nothing. Both answered with their best innocent expression. Stick to the plan and make her believe you'll share Naruto. You'll deal with the furball once everything is done and he is yours, Midna thought, mentally berating herself for forgetting her plans to deal with the Biju vixen. Okay, looks like other Bulblins are here, the shinobi said as the three green-skinned creatures kept following his every movement, while showing their own weapons in a threatening manner. Really? Sigh. Samahata, it's time to eat, Naruto said, sighing while unwrapping the living blade and showing to the Bulblins how the sword happily licked its fanged mouth in anticipation. Grr! One of the Bulblin moaned/groaned in disbelief while watching the blonde charge towards them with a cheerful smile and Samahata held high above his head. A short, gory spectacle of Bulblin's organs and blood flying everywhere. Later, Naruto found himself in a part of the mines outside the mountain. Behind him, the remnants of the umpteenth door he just blasted to bits with his trusty Rasengan. You know, I don't think that you are supposed to blow up every door we meet. There must be a key hidden somewhere that we just need to find, Midna said. But that would be a waste of time, and hey, if A and Mado Guy can enter rooms by blasting down walls, I think I can very well tear down a door or two in a dungeon filled with monsters. If they ask, we can always blame the Bulblins, the blonde answered, shrugging. I am more curious about how someone without ninja training would have been able to pass all those pits with lava we left behind, Utsukushi said. Probably by using the iron boots and that blue stone that acts like a magnet. One could possibly pass from a magnet to the other or walk underwater to find keys, levers and those pressure plates that needs a ton to activate, Naruto answered. Meh! A waste of time and an annoyance wrapped into one, boring, the vixen said with a grimace. Guys, those Bulblins are shooting arrows at us, the imp girl said, sighing. So? Naruto asked as he kept sidestepping each projectile while walking towards the Bulblins and up the wall towards the now scared creatures. Never mind, the small girl muttered while ignoring the Bulblins' pleas of mercy as they got beaten into oblivion. Help! A young voice screamed in fright. What the? Naruto muttered. It came from down there, Midna said as she came out of his shadow to point at a young girl with fiery red hair that had been cornered by 4 Bulblins and was being slowly crawling away from them. Hang in there, I am coming! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu! Shadow clone technique, the young man said while creating 4 copies of himself and joining the scene. Kaiowea! Just an instant before the young girl, a female Gorin from the looks of it, could fall over the railing and all the way down, the blonde shinobi's hand shot forward, grabbing hers and stopping her fall. You okay? He asked. What's Inhuman doing here? And those monsters? She asked with wide eyes. In answer, the 4 Bulblins that were harassing her came flying down around her as the clones had finished beating them into a paste. I took care of them as well. Now get ready, I am going to pick you up, so hold tight, Naruto answered. I don't need your help, she tried to say before her savior gave a strong pull that managed to take her back on the ground. Unfortunately, her being heavier than what she looked had Naruto lose balance, and fell down with the girl on top of him. I know how these things work, so I'll clarify immediately. I just didn't take in consideration that as a Gorin you probably weigh more than a human of the same height. I was not trying anything funny, Naruto said as fast as he could while retaining a calm expression and a calm tone of voice. Then why you are not moving away? She whispered in embarrassment. I have a rock-made girl straddling me and any movement of my hands might be misinterpreted as perverted, he answered, silently hoping that her face getting red was not a signal of embarrassment like with human girls. Those ones tended to hit hard to hide their blushing and this one was pretty much made of rocks. Umph. I was just checking that you were alright, nothing else. Humans are frail and those were 4 monsters, now get up, she said as she scrambled to her feet and crossed her arms huffing. Oh. Thank you then, Naruto said while pretending to believe her lie and finally rising to his feet. Damn, you are tall. The girl muttered to herself. She was at least a feet shorter than him and fairly doll-like when put in comparison to him, especially with her petite frame and slender build. Thank you, but what were you doing out here? Naruto asked, chuckling, having learned himself that underlined short girl's lack of height was a bad idea. I sneaked in to help Darbus. If no one wants to save him, then I will. Even if I am not a warrior, she answered. I am here for the same reason, the young man said. You. Don't make me laugh, you won't reach where they can find him, she answered, scoffing. You really think so? Naruto asked with a challenging smile. And you ask? The mere idea of an human doing what only a Gorin can is simply Rasengan! Naruto yelled while thrusting the spiraling sphere on a near stone as tall as he was and reducing it to dust in an instant. Ridiculous, the girl finished saying with her eyes flying wide open. Do you know where the second elder is? I need part of the key, the blonde asked. You already have a piece? She asked, surprised. Here it is, he answered while showing the key shard with a wide smirk on his face. Wow, well, you just got lucky. But you should thank the spirits now that I am here to help you, she said. Help me? Of course. Luck helped up until now, but there is no way you will be able to do the rest without a Gorin helping you. And I, Gormane, shall be the one that will help you with everything your clueless human mind won't be able to comprehend, Gormane answered in smug pride. I already hate her, Atsukushi said. Ditto, can we kill her? Midna added, nodding. Can I just call you Mane? Naruto asked. Why? Because it's cuter like that, he answered, smirking. Shut up. Just because you helped me doesn't mean that I owe you anything, she said in anger. Not even a thank you? The blonde asked with his best kick-dog expression. Ugh! Mane groaned as if the expression had physically hit her. Fine, thank you for saving me, and not that I needed help, she then said before looking away with a red face. Good. Now if you excuse me, I have a key shard to recover, he said before walking away. Wait. I am coming with you, remember? The girl said while walking at his side. To be honest, I hope she forgot that part. That's dead weight we don't need, Midna said, grumbling. Yeah, and she is giving me some tsundere vibes that are not making me feel comfortable, the ten-tailed vixen added. What's a tsundere? The imp girl asked. Girls, please, Naruto mentally pleaded. You okay? You were spacing out, Mine asked. Things with me are kind of complicated. Let's just say that I have more inside my head than what normal people normally has, the blonde replied, sighing. Oh, do you need help then? The Gorin girl said. Nah. It's okay, nothing I am not used to face on a daily basis, the other answered, chuckling as the two entered a new room. Oh? Ah, the young human. I am pleased to see you make it this far, brudda. Gormane? What are you doing here instead? This is no place for young women, the very old-looking Gorin in the middle of the room said with a wheezing voice. I have my reasons to come here, Gorebizo. I won't leave Darbus down there. Mine answered in anger. While you two argue, I would appreciate taking the second piece of the key if you don't mind, old man, Naruto said. Don't you worry, brother. She will stay here with me and then return to the safe caves with the other girls and young Gorons. Now is not time to play heroes. Gorebizo answered, nodding, surprising the blonde by snatching Minea's ear in the strong grip of his deceptively frail hand. Ouch! Let me go, the girl said with a childish whine. You must have heard the plight of our patriarch, otherwise you would not have come to see me. I am very grateful for what you are doing for us, the old Goron said with a low bow of his head. It's nothing, old man. I couldn't stand the idea of seeing Darbus abandoned like that, the blonde answered with a gentle smile. Wow! Mine muttered in surprise. Well said, brudda. Here, take this, Gorebizo said with an appreciative smile, while handling the second part of the key to the blonde. Thanks, I'll be on my way then. Keep Mine safe though, she just wanted to help, Naruto answered, bowing. Don't worry, brudda, she won't go anywhere, the old Goron answered while freezing Mine on the spot near him with a glare. Take care, the shinobi said to the girl before rapidly moving deeper in the mines. Before you go, there is something that may help you down there. It's a weapon said to have been left in this mine by a hero of old. It is beyond price, and so we have protected it through generations, but we are in deep trouble, so I think we can make an exception. Look for it up ahead where it is stored, talk to the guards and take it with you with the blessing of the Gorons. I'll make sure to have them keep it at hand for when you'll arrive, the Goron elder said. Okay, thank you, the blonde said with an uncertain smile before leaving the room for real. Should we tell Them that we kind of like to do things our way? We risk collecting a lot of junk we will never use otherwise, Utsukushi said. I wouldn't call it junk since they apparently keep that thing in high regard, Midna said. Let's just take that and store it away. It would look bad if we ignore they're trying to help us, and it's all stuff that may even come in handy in case of emergency, Naruto mentally replied. Like the wind boomerang we found in the woods? The vixen asked back. That thing will stay sealed in the scroll until the fairy inside it will learn that sexual harassment is still a crime nowadays, the young man answered, shivering. Back to Gorebizo. Ah, that human. He has the same spirit of a Goron, as hard as the rocks and hotter than lava itself. A total waste for him to be born human. He would have been one damn fine chief otherwise, Gorebizo muttered while distractingly passing a hand on his beard. Gormane? He said after finally noticing his empty hand that was supposed to hold the young girl's arm. Oh, for court's sake! The old Goron cursed with a loud growl. With Naruto. Blue stone that act as a magnet? Here above a lake of lava, and a gate that closed behind us as soon as we passed the door. What is this, some kind of boss fight? Naruto muttered with a groan. Mini-boss more likely, and we casually have what we would need to win had we not ninja training backing us. This can't be right. We can't possibly be so lucky to find just what we need to pass a dungeon and its guardian in that very same dungeon. It's like an invitation for whoever enters to take everything that they are guarding, Utsukushi said in disbelief. Calm down, I am sure that this was an isolated case. I am certain that we won't keep finding exactly the right gadget to pass a trial or defeat a boss every time, Naruto said, trying to calm the vixen down. Well, that would be stupid, yeah, as if that would ever be the norm in Hyrule or elsewhere, Midna said, although while stealing glances left and right in discomfort. Whoa! Human? An huge Goron covered in a thick armor said with wide eyes. Thea! Goron? Naruto replied in sarcasm. You are not funny. What business does a human have coming here? None. No business. I guess that old man forgot to alert this guy of our arrival, Midna said. You don't say. Let me pass. You don't know what I am capable of, so do not challenge me blindly, Naruto said with a calm, and yet warning, tone. What you are capable of? This is a forbidden place. I will protect this treasure from you, the Goron answered with narrowed eyes while cracking his metal-covered knuckles. With a mighty yell the creature jumped high and landed with an heavy bang on the suspended arena of rock, snapping the thin chains holding it, and making the whole thing fall down in the lava where it stood floating precariously. I hate you, I hate so much, Naruto said simply. The thing it's mutual, now fight or go away. The armored Goron screamed before cocking back a massive fist. Now you are in trouble, I won't play nice, bastard! Naruto growled while taking his own fighting stance. Take this! The Goron screamed while moving through a devastating right hook he hoped would have destroyed the human in one hit. To his surprise, the blonde caught the punch without even flinching, spun around and used the whole arm as leverage to throw the way bigger than him Goron up in the air and down in the lava, enticing and high-pitched. Yuch! From the colossal guardian that immediately jumped out of lava, showing only a badly burned backside from the unexpected bath in the molten rock. You guys are tougher than humans, I should have expected you to survive lava, the former shinobi said, smirking. And you are stronger than humans should be. The other growled while still nursing his wounded posterior. Wanna quit? I won't judge ya, I am not here to fight but to help Darbus now that no one else apparently can, Naruto offered. Help our chief? Then I need to continue. If you can defeat me, then I'll know that you will be strong enough to help Darbus, the Goron replied while folding his own body into a ball and spinning in place. Now fight me and give me your best shot, he then said before shooting forward at max speed. UUGH! The blonde groaned as he managed to stop the bullet-fast Goron that still kept spinning and trying to push him away, making the shinobi's feet crack the rock under him out of the sheer pressure. Chi! You sure are pushing, the young man said with an approving smile before moving back a leg and focusing as much chakra as he could on his muscles. But I still need to move on, so let me pass, Naruto said before kicking the spinning Goron as strongly he could and launching it all the way back and in the lava again. Kaya! The scream this time reached the scared 5-year-old girl tone as the huge rock-made warrior managed to jump once again out of the fiery lake surrounding the small platform, only to find a smirking Naruto already waiting for him with a Rasengan in his hand. Why? The Goron asked with a whine as he fell towards the blonde. Because deep inside I do enjoy being a bastard, Rasengan, Naruto answered as he slammed the spiraling sphere of chakra on the Goron's chest, obliterating part of his armor and launching him a third time in the molten rock. Now, that was just petty, you shouldn't be that mean to him, he was just doing his job, Atsukushi said with a chastising tone while watching the now charred black Goron climb back on the platform and drag himself all the way to Naruto before collapsing. He was even waving a little white flag for good measure just to spare himself a new bath in the magma. You are right. Sorry, big guy, I just got carried away and overdid, I am sorry, the blonde admitted with a sheepish expression. It's fine, that just hurt a lot, but I'll be fine. Who knew that humans were capable of such feats of strength? Maybe you will really be able to save the patriarch of our tribe, the Goron said while tiredly rising to his feet. Yes, I need something that is hidden deep inside your minds, that and actually help Kakariko village to once again have the permission to use part of your minds. Helping Darbus is what I offered in exchange. What helped me decide to help you was the fact that I couldn't accept to know how he had been sealed down there by his very people and do not help him, the blonde answered, nodding. In that case, take the weapon of the hero of the past and… There are no perverted spirits inside, right? The former shinobi asked in worry. What question is that? The Goron asked with raised eyebrows. Never mind, the other replied. Whatever, just save the patriarch of our tribe is all I ask, the stone giant said while signaling something to a pair of Gorons hidden in the upper side of the room. With a faraway clanging of metal, the level of lava moved up enough to bring the platform both were on back at the same height of the two doors of the room, now free of gates blocking them. Let me guess, we had an audience the whole time, Naruto said, grinning. We love to have sumo contests, and something tells me that for once the bets were against me, the Goron answered, nodding. It depends if between the ones watching there were people I had the occasion to fight with. Nice round, buddy, you are strong, the blonde replied. Thanks, you are not bad either, for an human, the other answered. Dude, I am a shinobi, from where I come from they breed us to be this awesome, I am just a little bit more badass than normal. Naruto replied with a shrug and a long laugh while leaving. Modest, aren't we? Utsukushi said, laughing herself. I don't know, considering what he can do, one could almost condone that as well-deserved smugness from a more Hylian point of view, even if it is still annoying. Midna muttered. Oh, shut up you two. Let me brag in peace at least for once. I can't always be the humble hero, I am human too. Naruto said, whining while opening the chest in the new room with a kick to see an highly ornate bow resting inside it. Meh! Never was one for bows. What about you, Midna? He asked. Have you seen me? Do you think that's something like me see and use that? The imp girl asked back with a voice sounding actually hurt. Why? I can't see anything strange in how you look, I find you just terribly cute. Naruto answered with a wide smile, actually hugging her tightly as soon as her shadowy figure emerged from his own shadow. Idiot, but yes, I do have some experience with bows, the blushing girl answered while her mind briefly flashed back to some short memories of her youth. Cool. Then you can take it if you want, he answered. May as well, Midna said before making the bow disappear with a snapping of her fingers. And that bridge in front of us? Utsukushi asked. Ninja solution, Naruto answered as with a rapid throw of a kunai he snapped the ropes keeping the small bridge in front of him slammed down to show a new door. Let's go, we still have Darbus to find and the new piece of fused shadow to recover, Midna said before re-entering the blonde's shadow. Roger. Once entered the new room, the former shinobi of Konoha couldn't stop the nagging feeling on the back of his mind that someone or something was silently watching his every move, the almost supernatural silence reigning in the ample area not helping the young man's nerves. Those statues are watching us, Utsukushi muttered with narrowed eyes. The statues are following us, Naruto answered as he too noticed how the squared totems kept turning around to follow his every movement with the flaming red eye on top of each of them. What is this bubbling sound? Midna muttered. I don't know kya. The blonde was saying before a pressurized stream of lava came flying out of one of the statues, missing his face of an inch. This in turn prompted the rest of the statues to do the same immediately after, all of those trying to fry the former shinobi alive at the same time. Behind you! Utsukushi yelled. From the right! Midna added. No! From the left! The vixen answered. In front of you, / in front of you! Both said at the same time. Stop helping me! Naruto yelled back. Back on the surface with Gorkoran. Elder Gorkoran? One of the guards asked with his eyes flying wide open. Yes? The old man said. Did you remember to disable the traps protecting the route towards Darbus? The Gorin guard asked. Not personally, but I tasked Gorgoro here to do that for me, Gorkoran answered. Me? I thought it was Gorbaboro's duty. The other guards answered dumbfounded. What? Me? The third guard asked in surprise. So if no one of us disabled those traps then, oh, Gorkoran said before realization struck him. Oops, the various guards said in chorus with a sheepish expression. For the love of gold, did you people actually listen when I asked something? Back in my days those things never happened. Wake up, brothers! Now we'll get an earful from that human once he comes out, and I am not taking the blame for this, the Gorin elder roared. If he comes back, one of the guards muttered. Oh, I am pretty sure he will instead. Even just to chew our heads off before dying, the old Gorin replied bitterly. Back to Naruto. Grah! The blonde roared as he resurfaced from the ruins of the room. The whole area had been destroyed beyond recognition as he had went apocalyptic on the various statues that were now just mere piles of rocks scattered everywhere. I hate this place, the heavily panting young man said with a broken voice, speaking of an incoming nervous breakdown, while moving out of the room. Please calm down, Utsukushi muttered in worry. I am calm, I know my inner peace, and I am perfectly calm, he answered while taking deep breaths. Oh, you are here at last. I heard that you might pay a visit, young human. I am far-sighted in all things, the Gorin elder said with a calm smile once the bond entered his room. But you are kind of deaf when someone is yelling about burning alive right out of your door. Naruto muttered with a glare. You seem to be dealing with it pretty well by yourself. The elder answered, shrugging. It was nothing compared by what I had to do in the past, that's true. But this doesn't mean that I actually enjoyed being put into situations where my life is in danger, the other answered. At least you won't let your abilities rust from not using them. Here is the last key shard. With this you will be able to combine the others to create the key to reach Darbus' room, the old Goron said. Okay, fine, whatever. Let's see, this should go. Here? Aha! Here it is! Naruto muttered while trying to connect the 3 shards. We don't know how powerful Darbus is in his new grotesque form, but I suppose I should trust your power considering you came this far. It had been more annoying than difficult, Utsukushi muttered. SSSSH! Don't tempt fate! Midna hissed while glaring the vixen into silence. Oh well. I guess now I only need to reach your patriarch now, Naruto said, sighing. Pay attention, and may the spirits protect and guide you, the elder Goron said while watching the former shinobi leave his room. Big deal. How far may that place be by now? It seems like ages since I entered here. To the blonde's dismay, the path towards Darbus was still long, forcing him to pass through new rooms with barely any floor remaining after the various shocks destroyed everything in hordes of bulblins that apparently still thought to have a chance against the former shinobi. This should be the place. The massive gate with the huge-ass lock can't be any more clear about it, Naruto said with an elated smile. Finally! Now enter in there, kick that idiot's ass and let's go away. All this heat is starting to ruin my fur, Utsukushi said happily. I know your pain, Midna muttered while looking at her hair with a tiny sniffle. Women, the blonde muttered, sighing. To the small group's surprise, as soon as the door closed behind them, every noise ceased, making the loud snoring of the giant, imposing figure chained in the middle of the room echo in an eerie manner along the slow and soft steps of the blonde shinobi. Here he is. He doesn't look like a Goron anymore, though, Naruto said, whispering. The fragment of fused shadows has completely corrupted him. I don't know if we will be able to separate the two without the Goron dying in the process, Midna said. I will still try to help him, the young man answered. Still, let's move quietly and don't wake him up. We need the element of surprise, the ten-tailed vixen said. Darbus! A young voice screamed in horror as a petite body ran past Naruto and neared the grumbling giant. Oh, for fuck's sake! Naruto yelled as in a flash of light the transformed Goron woke up and covered himself in dark flames. Darbus, it's me! Gormane! The girl pleaded before screaming in fright as the monster broke the chains holding him and tried to grab her. Mine! Naruto yelled as he had barely the time to take her away before the Twilight Igniter could squash both. Kaya, T the human? The Goron girl muttered once finally opening her eyes to look at her savior. The name is Naruto, but why are you here? He asked, still holding her in his arms, while dodging the heated-up chains Virus was using as whips to attack him with. I wanted to help him. I thought that he would have remembered me and turned back to normal. What happened to him? He turned into a monster, Gormane asked, scared. He is under the influence of an artifact that he should not have touched, but I will bring him back, promise, Naruto answered. You will? Really? She asked with wide eyes. Even if it will be the last thing I do, the blonde answered with a wide smile while putting her down and moving in front of her. Oh, okay, she said, nodding. Good, now find some place to hide and stay out of the fight. This will get messy really soon, the former shinobi answered while glaring at the transformed Darbus. Oh, okay, Mine said while scampering to hide in a small fissure in the walls, crawling as deep as he could and curling into a small, trembling ball. I am your target, you flaming bastard! Catch me! The blonde yelled, pleased to see the creature focus his rage only on him. Any idea? He asked. That glowing eye on his helmet is following us. I say we start attacking there, Utsukushi suggested. See if you can use the chains on his legs to trip him, like that his head will be an easier target, Midna added. Got it. Thanks, girls. Just pay attention. I am here if you need help. H! With a furious scream, the transformed Goron charged forward, swinging the red-hot chains around his arms to try hitting the blonde. As soon as one of them circled around one of the columns adorning the room enough times to get stuck, Naruto rapidly used the momentary surprise to slam a Rasengan on the beast's forehead, making the giant scream in anguish and blindly flail its arms, even uprooting the tall column blocking his chain and hitting Naruto with it, and launching the blonde against the wall. Gah! Damn it! Now I am pissed! The former shinobi growled while bouncing from the wall and back on his feet to grab the long chains connected to the legs of Darbus. Fly, you charred asshole! In an awe-inspiring show of strength, Naruto pulled one of the chains with enough force to have the tall monster slam his head on the floor before literally flying towards the opposite wall once through by the blonde. It's not as fun when someone does that to you, eh? Naruto asked, smirking at seeing the transformed Goron struggle to come out of the wall he had been embedded in. With a tired grunt, the Twilight Igniter managed to stumble out of the wall to catch his breath, the flames around his body dying down to show his moment of weakness. Attack him now before he recovers, Midna said. Already on it, Naruto answered. To Gorman's utter surprise, the blonde jumped up high enough to easily touch the room's ceiling before creating a dozen copies of himself, each one with a spiraling sphere of blinding energy bigger than their whole body, roaring with the strength of a storm. Rasengan barrage! Naruto yelled as the whole mountain seemed ready to collapse under the humongous explosion resulting from the attack and actually causing a minor eruption of the volcano along the sinking of various galleries and the reserves of lava resting under the huge mountain. Extra chakra, baby! We don't even need Sage Mode to pull off something this cool anymore now, Utsukushi said in pride once the titanic cloud of dust and smoke finally settled down to show the utter destruction surrounding the former shinobi. The whole room was now several feet wider and occupied almost totally by the crater of the jutsu. In its middle stood the unconscious Twilight Igniter, whose third eye started shining in a dim red light, soon followed by an agonizing scream of pain before Fira's whole body exploded into black particles. Ah! Minae screamed in horror, and with eyes already watering up, but to her surprise a small part of those black fragments slowly compacted into the body of a bruised Goron with a squared haircut and massive arms. Darbus! The young Goron girl yelled in happiness while running at his side to try wake him up. Hee. Well done, Naruto! Now we have two fused shadows. You are helping me so much, thank you, Midna said with a grateful smile while taking care of the new piece before hugging the blonde as tightly as she could. This is nothing, but please, can you at least tell me more about why you need those things? The young man asked. Okay, it may sound like an interesting story after all, the imp girl answered after taking in a huge breath to calm her nerves. Zant, that's the name of the King of Darkness who cast this pall of shadows over this world. He is very strong. I fear he would be too strong even for you, Midna said with her tone getting increasingly more worried as she went on. Girl, we defeated a goddess not long ago, and at the time we still didn't have as much power as we have now, Utsukushi said while shaking her head. We are not idiots and never underestimate our enemies, but both me and Naruto are capable of great things. As soon as we get serious, we can towing the line between possible and impossible regularly and even reach the miraculous. Have faith in our abilities, the vixen then said. A goddess? You two fought against one of your gods? Midna asked, surprised. She was a self-proclaimed one, but in power alone she could be clearly classified as one. She could even create small dimensions to trap her enemies in, Naruto answered. Be as you say, you will still need to pay attention. That monster will use any opening he will be able to find to strike. A beast like him does not feel remorse for anything, the imp girl said. You do not like the guy a lot, don't you? The blonde man asked. Zant will never be my king. I have nothing but scorn for his supposed strength. Not that Zelda is much better either, Midna answered, sneering. What does Zelda have to do with this now? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. She is weak. Weak? She is not different from Zant. The only difference is in their ideals. It still appalls me that this world of light, at Hyrule in its entirety, is controlled by that princess. A carefree youth with a life of luxury, how does that teach duty? Or strength? I'll tell you it doesn't. At those words Midna soon found herself in a calming hug of the blonde man, unconsciously snuggling closer as he caressed her head. It's okay, I am here. You are not alone, so stop brooding, he said, smiling. Idiot, she muttered in his chest to hide her flushed face. She may be a princess, but she still tried protecting her people, no matter how much you think she did wrong. At least you can admit that much, he said. I guess I shouldn't begrudge her the circumstances of her life then, she answered with a tentative nod. She didn't choose it, after all. She was born a princess, but she never had a say in that, Naruto added. It's not like I would ever wish harm on her either. No, as long as we can get our hands on the fused shadows, we will be just fine and resolve this ourselves, Midna said with a more determined nod as she finally moved back from the blonde's hug. I am with you in this, remember, Naruto said, smirking. Ooh. I know it, and I wouldn't change this for anything in this or the Twilight world. We just need one more fused shadow to reach our goal, shall we? Yee-hee-hee, Midna said while opening a new portal. Just a second, the young man said as soon as Darba's groans reached high ears. Ungurg, the Goron growled while finally rising on his feet. Father! Gormane said with a relieved smile. This explains why she came all the way here, Naruto muttered. Don't see the slightest similarity between the two though, probably she took everything from her mother, Utsukushi added. What am I doing here? Darbus asked with a garbled voice. You don't remember? Naruto asked. Remember? My head it aches, the Goron answered, groaning. Sorry about that, I had to get brutal to snap you out of that, the blonde said with a sheepish smile. You helped me? Darbus muttered, evidently still confused. It was incredible, father. He could throw you around and battle your strength heads-on with little to no trouble. I had never seen an human do that, Gormane said while watching the former shinobi with newfound respect. Inhuman? So much pain, I cannot remember anything, Darbus said. Again, I am sorry. You hit strong then, little human, my head is still ringing, the Goron chief answered with an impressed tone. Thanks. Does the big guy need some help to return to the surface? Midna asked. Who are you? It doesn't matter, I will wait here with him until he recovers, then we will go back on our own, Mine answered. Just pay attention, okay? Naruto asked with a gentle smile. I am not weak, but thank you for saving my father, the Goron girl answered with a red face and surprising the blonde by kissing his cheek. Okay, he answered with wide eyes. Idiot. It's just a way to thank you, it means nothing, Gormane said. Kill the midget bitch, Utsukushi roared from the seal. We will be on our way then. Midna growled with each word literally dripping venom before snatching the blonde in her hair-made hand and disappearing in the portal with a last scream of, Mine! What happened? Darbus asked, confused. It's a long story, father. It all apparently started with the elders asking that human to help you then, the Goron girl answered, ready to tell her father everything she knew about the recovery mission Naruto went through to save him. Kakariko Village, Spirit Spring. Okay, what was that? Naruto asked as soon as he reappeared in front of the spring. Nothing, I was just resolving an issue before it turned into a problem, Midna answered with the sweetest smile. Heroic Naruto, the light spirit said with only its voice surfacing from the waters. Sigh. We will continue this conversation later. What do you need, big guy? I know that tone, it's the one usually used by those that have a problem they can't handle, and so get all ass-kissing when they meet someone to shove the problem onto, Naruto answered with a defeated sigh. That is not exactly flattering, but I need you to go north of here, across the plain and past the Great Stone Bridge, in the lands guarded by the spirit Lanayru, the voice answered. Hua! Then what? The blonde said, nodding. Help the spirit to recover the lost light. We will further guide you along the path, Hero Namikaze, so do not fear, We spirits and the holy goddesses shall protect you in every step you take," the light-made creature said as its body dissolved into small sparks that then re-entered the water. "Naruto," a familiar voice said with a surprise-filled whisper. "Good job in protecting me, dumbass," the blonde muttered, and ignoring the spirit's low damn it curse in favor of glaring at the newcomer. "I have found you, finally," the man said in elation. "Jiraiya," Naruto said with a growling voice and narrowed eyes while watching Konoha's spy master slowly walking closer to him. "Oh, make one who Darbus luckily didn't act like." "Ooh. I know it, and I wouldn't change this for anything in this or the Twilight world. We just need one more fused shadow to reach our goal, shall we?" "Hee," Midna said while opening a new portal. "Just a second," the young man said as soon as Darbus' groans reached high ears. "Ungurg," the Goron growled while finally rising on his feet. "Father!" Gormane said with a relieved smile. This explains why she came all the way here," Naruto muttered. "Don't see the slightest similarity between the two though, probably she took everything from her mother," Utsukushi added. "Oh, YOSH! Thank you for saving me from that unyouthful corruption, my dear friend," Darbus said, jumping to his feet with a smile full of pinging teeth while striking a terribly familiar pose. Why youth?" Naruto stammered in horror. "But of course. How do you think we Goron can dig mountains so effectively?" "But with youth, of course," Darbus answered. "Join us in the youth," Gormane said, striking a similar pose. "That's the spirit, my dear daughter," the Goron chief said with happy tears streaming down his cheeks. "Darbus!" Mine yelled. "Mine!" Darbus replied. "Darbus! Mine! Yay!" Screaming with all his horror, Naruto ran away from the hugging duo and the sunset already forming behind them. "Why, wherever we go we find those weirdos!" Utsukushi yelled in disgust. "He escaped, Dad?" Mine said. "I'll have to ask to Master Mato Guy. We probably did something wrong," Darbus answered, sighing. "Like this we will never unleash our hidden youth," the girl said with a sad tone. "We will continue practicing, and one day we will be able to fully grasp it," the huge Goron said. "For the youth!" Mine yelled. "For the youth!" Darbus answered with a similar scream. "Happy place! Ignore the youth's speech and go to your happy place," Naruto chanted while rocking back and forth in a corner of Renato's home, following the technique Tsunade herself developed in case Guy and Lee went overboard with their youthfulness. "Poor boy, go fetch some bottles from the cellar, he seems in dire need of alcohol," Renadu said, worried. "I'll take the strongest ones," the man's daughter answered, running away. "Take deep breaths, I am here, you are safe." "I don't get it," Midna muttered. "It makes sense in context," Naruto answered, whimpering. "Oh, make two Jiraiya's Hylian misadventures." "So let me put this straight, you," Tsunade said. "Yes," Jiraiya answered. "Went on a solo mission to find Naruto." "Yes." "Without telling me a thing," the woman said while slowly shaking her finger to accompany her words. "In my defense, our intelligence department has more holes than I have hair on my head," Jiraiya countered with crossed arms. "But not only you failed," Tsunade continued, saying as if never interrupted. "I just used the wrong words and had things escalate a little." "A little?" Tsunade roared. "Don't scream like that," a guard said. "Sorry, let's see, you harassed a dozen Goron girls," the woman listed. "But if I didn't even see a tit or a leg," he answered in indignation. "Silence! You managed to anger and hoard a fisherman by insulting them and their parents," she added. "Used the wrong adjective once or twice," he muttered. "Got caught peeping on some Zora, male Zora. Good luck distinguishing the two. Tried to steal the panties of Princess Zelda before streaking naked through the small town under her castle, with said panties on your head like a bandana, while denouncing a certain Zant of having an unhealthy fetish for goats. I was drunk, their kind of alcohol is stronger than what it looks like." "Mouth kissed an horse?" Tsunade asked. "A dare with a man from Hyrule Castle Town, please don't ask more details," Jiraiya answered blushing. And yet you had to go back in Hyrule a second time. I am a persistent guy, Jiraiya said with a weak smile. A persistent idiot, an idiot that managed to do all that again in a single day, so to have your name signed as national enemy #1 with a massacre on sight. Order slapped under it. Could have gone worse. And worse it went, because of everything I saw and remember you doing nothing. Beats the huge, gargantuan, towering fuck-up that your second trip there translated into. Tsunade roared while choking the toad sage. You sure used a lot of adjectives, Jiraiya said with a croaking voice. Good evening. We'll now show you how our precious snuggle toy Naruto and his lovely wives will take part to our game. The theme this time will be war prisoner and depraved Amazon guards, with our dear hero of power playing the part of the prisoner getting passed around by the sexually hungry guards. That is to say, will be us. Din's voice said in the two Sannin's mind, same thing happening in the minds of pretty much every man and woman above the age of 18. Thrice a day, every day ever since you returned from your second trip, now those three women, also goddesses, because Naruto never does things by half and had to have gods get interested in him, together with the ones he had already married, keep showing us some of the raunchiest things two members of the opposing sex can do to each other, and I saw porn actors blush and look down in shame. What do you have to say? Tsunade asked. That I am getting a lot of free research material? Jiraiya tried saying, struggling to ignore the images of his former student's blissful smile, while he pleaded with zero conviction those women to stop ravaging him savagely. Jiraiya! The woman roared in rage while chasing the toad sage through Konoha while dodging transfixed women and humiliated men that could only watch the visions with unblinking eyes. Chapter 7. Searching for Lanayru. Kakariko Village, Spirit Spring. There was a tense silence as the toad sage of Konoha slowly walked towards his last student with his arms held wide open and a smile on his face. I have found you, finally, Jiraiya said in elation. Jiraiya, Naruto said with a growling voice and narrowed eyes while watching Konoha's spy master slowly walking closer to him. Why that face? I came all the way here to take you back. The others are waiting for you, the man said, surprised to see the other take a step back. Waiting for what? For their weapon? For their best fighter? The blonde spat back as he kept retreating and even unsheathing Samahata. What? Don't be ridiculous, they all are waiting their friend. This childish tantrum has lasted even too long, Jiraiya answered frowning. A childish tantrum? This is what you think of all this. Do you really believe that outside Konoha one can have a life? I have found my life, Jiraiya. I have found a place where I am appreciated and where I can just do my job, get paid, and then spend time with friends without fearing attacks from the shadows. Naruto answered. Working in a farm? The spy master said angrily. Yes, damn it. Working in a farm. Herding goats, harvesting from the fields when it's time, and going into the woods with my horse to collect wood. Peace, quiet, and not a single power-hungry fool with spinning eyes, tailed beasts, or crazy bitches with delusions of godhood. I am on retirement, Jiraiya. I have put my life on the line so many times for you people that it is my right to finally rest. The blonde answered with a growl, his whisker-like markings getting thicker from his rage. And what about Konoha? What about the others? That is what letters exist for. They want to stay in touch. They can write. Don't be stupid. You are a shinobi. That is not something you can stop doing like that. It's a way of life and you will still follow it, Jiraiya answered. So that's it? Eh? You need my chakra, you need Utsukushi and her power. Who is he? Naruto asked. He? Jiraiya asked, taken aback. He, she, whatever. Who is the new uber bad guy that wants to destroy everything? Because unless there is one, I can't see why now you people are worried about me, he answered. There is no bad guy, Naruto. We are just worried and want you back. I escaped, Jiraiya. What do you think will happen if for some reason I lost my mind and decide to come back? You will either seal away every form of power I have or brainwash me. Oh, wait. There is still the seal-induced coma. Yeah, I almost forgot about it. Naruto answered with a mocking laugh. This won't have happened had you remained on the island, Jiraiya muttered. So in short it is all my fault for not bending over, take it up the ass and thank you for your kindness? The blonde asked back. In a word? Yes. The world is not nice. You'll need to grow up sooner or later, people have responsibilities, Jiraiya yelled in answer. And what about me then? I give and give and give and is never enough. I took away the last tailed beast and disappeared, out of the elemental countries, cutting off any contact. You just had to let me live wherever I was and everyone would have been happy, the blonde replied, fangs taking the place of teeth, and yet Jiraiya failed to understand the danger. You just don't understand. Konoha needs. Whatever the spy master was about to say died in his throat when the blonde he was talking with erupted into golden flames. Again with the you don't understand thing, I hate that excuse, Naruto muttered as his body got covered by the chakra cloak of the Six Paths mode. Calm down, please calm down, Utsukushi said with a placating tone. That form doesn't promise anything good. Midna muttered as the appearance of the truth-seeking balls had her shivering at the feeling of their presence. Finally noticing that he had used the worst possible tactic, the Toad Sage tried to take few steps back and try again. Listen, let's just go back to Konoha, we will talk to the daimyos, we will have people see that you are not a menace. You will be able to see your friends once again, Jiraiya tried saying. And Hyrule? They need my help here too, they have a crisis just as big as Kagaya had been back in the elemental countries. They too risk total destruction and I am the only one really able to do something to help them. Do you want me to abandon them? Just like that? Naruto asked as the gray spheres hovered behind him in a circle. But you do not belong here, Jiraiya answered. You didn't answer my question. You really want me to abandon Hyrule to its fate and come back? Do you want me to let thousands or even millions of people die just because you think the elemental countries are the only place I am permitted to live in? The blonde said with narrowed eyes. I am sorry, Naruto. But you are just too angry to think rationally. Once back in Konoha we will be able to talk and resolve everything pacifically. Jiraiya answered with a sigh as a clone came out from the ground behind the blonde with a seal tag in its hands. Why do you think I kept the truth-seeking balls behind me, old man? Naruto answered as one of the spheres rapidly swallowed the clone and the seal whole, completely erasing both from existence. I forgot the sensory abilities of that cloak, the spy master said frowning. You made your choice. You literally told me that Hyrule can very well burn for all you care as long as Konoha has its Jinchuriki back. I thought you were different from the others, Sannin. But apparently I was wrong, Naruto said with a grimace of disgust. No! It's not like that. I can even help you if you are so hell-bent into helping those people. Liar! Damn it! If you don't want to come back and spit on everything your parents ever stood for, then you leave me no choice but to take you back by force and put you on that damned coma. You too admitted that you may be a possible enemy of the elemental nations, Jiraiya answered, taking a fighting stance. I fought Obito, Madara, Kagaya and Sasuke in rapid succession while you had troubles with pain. Are you sure? Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Brat, I am way stronger than what people believe. I tried to talk Nagato out of his foolishness instead of fighting. This time I won't hold back, the Toad Sannin answered. What happened after that was a blur to Jiraiya. A flash of light followed by something hard impacting with his nose with enough force to slam his head on the hard stone under him, forcing the shinobi to look up at the sky from his face-up position on the ground before the flaming body of his student didn't fill his still blurred vision. I am not an enemy of Konoha or any other village, say this to your Hokage and your daimyos. As long as you leave me and mine alone I won't have a single reason to come back, but attack here and you all will know how creative I can be when beating someone. The blonde hissed angrily, morphing the balls behind him into a staff and then positioning the weapon at a millimeter of the Sannin's eye. And the others? Jiraiya asked. I'll write to them, they will have to be happy with that. As for now I can't take a single step in the elemental countries anymore, not without someone trying to kill, capture or brainwash me into being their loyal pet/weapon. You all were clear in that, To you all I am something to use, not an human. Naruto answered, walking away and dropping the chakra cloak. I am sorry, Jiraiya said as a new tag slipped in his hand from his sleeve as he pounced on the blonde from behind. An instant before his hand could touch Naruto's back, though, a speeding Gorin slammed on his side like a bullet of rock, blowing the spy master away and right into the spirit spring. What the? The old man had the time to say before a veritable rain of boulders started falling on him. Darbus? Naruto said in surprise. You are attacking a friend of the Gorins, human! A brother of us, and that is a transgression we won't forgive. The tall Gorin leader said with narrowed eyes, behind him other Gorins with new boulders already in their hands for a new salvo. We will cover you, brother Naru, you just go. Your mission for the spirits is not over yet. Elder Gorkoran added while pointing outside Kakariko. Thank you, and don't worry. I will save Hyrule, Naruto said before sprinting away. You are hereby considered an enemy of the Gorin tribe, human Jiraiya. We'll make sure to have our brothers and sisters around Hyrule know that you are not to be trusted. Just because we are not citizens of your land does not mean that our lives are less important than the ones in the elemental nations, Gorkoran said while glaring at Jiraiya. You people are just using him, the spy master replied. Not one of us is forcing him to help us, the choice was all his. But since he saw that he indeed had the power to help us, he decided to lend us his strength to help us in our time of need, and when the time comes in which this crisis is over, we will properly repay him for his help, no matter what we'll have to do to repay our debt towards him, thing that from what I could understand was not the norm back in your land. Anadu answered while his daughter helped the kids inside his house. I am just trying to do what's best for him, Jiraiya answered. Your best is simply deciding for him. He has instead every right to make his own choices, Renadu answered. But those choices may damage Konoha. You speak of your village with fanaticism. I am afraid that it's you the one to not understand, the man answered before walking back in his house while shaking his head sadly. And what if other enemies of the elemental countries surface? Jiraiya yelled at the retreating man. Then start training the others to be proper warriors. You can't expect a young man to forever hold the weight of you all on his shoulders. Be strong together instead of hiding behind him. Darbus answered as he too together with the Gorins left the area to return to their mines. But I want him back, with me, the spy master muttered with a sob. If he so much wishes to help this place, then I'll give him in hand, but then I will drag his sorry ass back home with me. I won't abandon him again, not anymore, Jiraiya said in determination before running in the same direction he saw the blonde take. Up in heaven, Goddess's throne room. What do you think? Din asked, curious. He is conflicted. He doesn't know if he should bring our hero back because of his duties as a warrior of Konoha or because he personally wants him close, Naruto answered with narrowed eyes. And yet he still sounded like someone doing this because he wants the elemental countries to take back their powerful weapon, Faror said, sneering. As I said, he is conflicted, his mind either latched to a side or the other, unable to comprehend which is the right one in this situation, the goddess of wisdom answered. So he is a menace to my Naruto or not? Din asked, angry. We can't be sure, we'll need to keep an eye on him, as a precaution, Faror answered. We can't intervene directly in the mortal realm as per the rules, but we can still offer a small help to our hero to keep that man away from him until we can be completely sure that he is not another enemy, Naruto said. Sounds good to me, okay. Let's keep the idiot away from my hero of power, Din said, nodding. So be it then, Faror added. Said that the three goddesses moved to watch intently the events on Hyrule to protect as much as they could their hero Naruto from the ones wishing to interfere in his mission. Some time later with Naruto, the blonde hero was silently running towards the lone stone bridge he had seen during his fight with the King Bulblin when he stopped dead on his tracks to look towards Castle Town far in the distance. Do you think I will really be able to save Hyrule? The former shinobi asked as his eyes looked towards the imposing aura of the twilight still covering Zelda's castle. You are doing a good job up until now, so I think that you really have what it takes. I will be with you if you need, Midna answered with a reassuring smile. I am here as well, don't worry. We kicked the ass of the bad guys once, and we will be able to do it again. It's just our job, the ten-tailed vixen added, smirking. Thanks, girls, he answered. Think nothing of it. You can count on me. Hoi! You! Mr. Naruto! A voice yelled from behind him. Yes? Naruto said, watching as the strange postman rapidly ran in front of him. I have a package for ya. Anadu said to give this to you, the man said while fumbling with his backpack. What is it? The blonde asked. Aha! Here it is. A cool mask, the postman said, giving to Naruto a mask resembling an hawk together with a letter. Have you read the letter I first gave you? The man asked. Oh, yes. Now I know where to go to buy my socks, Naruto answered in sarcasm. So junk mail? I am sorry, it must have slipped through our spam section. It won't happen anymore, the postman said with a bow before darting away at top speed. What does Rinnedu says? Utsukushi asked. Dear Naruto, that man is still on your traces, so pay attention. With this letter you'll find an old mask, its charm to zoom on objects either as a binocular or to help your accuracy, so use it during your mission and to hide your identity. We are all with you. Thank you for your help in freeing Kakariko and the Gorin mines. We will always be happy to give you shelter as a member of our town. Rinnedu, Naruto said, reading aloud. You okay? Midna asked. Yes, Sai. I am okay, the blonde replied with an happy smile, while cleaning off some unshed tears. Are you crying? The vixen asked. Men don't cry, we sweat from the eyes sometimes, Naruto answered as he rapidly wore the mask. Yeah, sorry I forgot that detail about true men, you know? If we add an hood to your coat, together with the mask, it will make a damn good impression, Midna answered, smirking. An hood? Oh, I am definitely going to do that, he answered before resuming his run towards the lands guarded by Lanayru. As soon as he had passed the bridge, though, an ominous streak of red lightning came crashing down on the bridge, erasing the central part of it, leaving behind two stumps of rock and separating Naruto from returning to Kakariko, and unknown to him, also stopping Jiraiya from following him. No, please don't tell me, Naruto muttered with wide eyes as the fragments of the bridge went sucked into the dark portal high into the sky. Yep. I guess it's time for another fetch quest, Utsukushi said, sighing. No! The blonde yelled in despair as he fell on his knees, this time openly crying in anguish. Gra! The two beasts that had been spat out from the portal growled in answer. Oh, just shut the fuck up, Naruto said, groaning. Dodging a swipe of claws from one, the blonde plunged Samahata deep in the second beast's stomach before slamming the blade on the head of the first, cleaving it in two vertically, making the two creatures let out a deafening shriek of agony as both died at the same time before disappearing in a cloud of black smoke. The bridge is still missing, Naruto said in dismay. I guess it means we'll have to find another way to have it return to normal, Midna answered. I hate fetch quests, he muttered as he resumed running until coming to a stop as the usual dark wall of the Twilight appeared in front of him. Well, you know what that means, it's Foxy time, Naruto said, chuckling. What do you? Ah! We are finally here, there is only one fused shadow left, Midna said, sounding almost worried. Hoi! Whatever that stuff is, it's okay. You seem scared of it, but you can count on me, I'll be with you the whole time, the blonde said encouragingly. Thank you, although I pretty much fear you won't be of the same advice as soon as I'll use it, the imp girl answered, grateful, giving her back to him to mutter the last part with a grimace though. The last fused shadow, does it mean that we won't meet other Twilight walls then? Naruto asked. Pretty much, relieved? She asked. Not exactly, you seem always so happy while in there, if only because Xantine wasn't using that to conquer this place. I wouldn't mind the Twilight in the least, he answered, shrugging. Oh, WWL, WH, whatever, you survive your final task, and survive is up to you, Midna muttered. But please do not do anything rush. I don't want a blonde man on my conscience, the imp girl answered. Hey, I am here, it's okay. We did this other times already, it will be okay, he answered, hugging her. Okay, I am fine. Yee. So what will you do then, Mr. Hero? She asked, smirking. And you ask? Take me to the Twilight. I want to kick some monster's ass. Naruto answered with a matching grin. Right away, handsome. Midna answered, laughing. I would say get a room, but it will be a cold day in hell before I'll let you have him. Utsukushi said, growling. Keep dreaming, furball. Once recovered my true body, we'll see who he prefers. He will be mine. Midna thought with narrowed eyes before entering the dark wall to drag the former shinobi inside. Not far away, Jiraiya, having finally passed the fissure thanks to a short summoning of Gamabunta, the boss summon accepting only to keep up the lie about him not helping Naruto to escape, to jump over, was now gaping at the black wall after watching the blonde talk to his own shadow in a very friendly way before being dragged inside. He has a new friend too, one that knows about those walls. Well, I may not have a small sprite helping me, but dear old Rasengan-style universal key will easily blow a hole in that all the same. Not a refined solution, but I have not a lot of options, the Toad Sage said as he approached carefully the tall barrier. Maybe making it extra big will be better, he said, taking few steps back before creating a clone. I just hope Naruto won't sue me for plagiarism, but I did help him devise this. Udama Rasengan, the Sannin said as he and his clone ran towards the Twilight barrier with a giant Rasengan in the hands. To his shock, the wall acted more like water, making him stumble forward and slam into the rocks beyond the barrier. The surprise, together with the slamming his face against the rocks in front of him with enough force to leave an imprint, had him not noticed the Twilight turning him into a spirit as he fainted. With Naruto and Midna, both Nine-Tailed Fox and Imp could only look in astonishment at the new flame representing a spirit crash at top speed against the wall of rocks near them before collapsing. Erosenin? Really? He sees a mysterious wall of darkness, and the first thing he does is diving headfirst into it? Really? Really? Naruto said in disbelief. To his credit, he probably didn't know that the Twilight was not something one just smashed down. Midna offered. I can understand that, but still, and he used my jutsu, the fox said, pouting. It's okay, it was surely less cool than when you use it, Utsukushi said. Yep. I too am sure it is definitely better when you use that, even without seeing you do that personally, the imp added. Thank you. You know, not to sound like a bringer of bad news, but now that we are here, Midna said, uncertain. Yes? Naruto asked. Well, there's the small, let's say tiny possibility that this won't be the last veil of Twilight we will see, she answered with a weak chuckle. Oh, okay, and? The fox-shaped blonde asked, curious. Hee. I keep forgetting that you don't hate the Twilight and the ones coming from there. I am glad. So, shall we get going? Midna answered, patting his head in affection. Everything you wish, Midna, Naruto answered as he moved forward in a mad sprint. It was after a small run when the duo finally came out of the small canyon they were in to see a tall construction stand tall not too far away. Would you look at that? Utsukushi muttered with a raised eyebrow. Hey! Haven't we seen this castle before? Yee. So we finally made it back here, the imp girl said, smirking. It's been a while. Just pay attention, things are going to get harder from now on. What do you say? Shall we start? Of course. Hang on up there, I am going to sprint, the fox-transformed shinobi said before dashing forward at top speed. W! The girl's joyful cry echoed everywhere as the nine-tailed fox she was riding dashed forward at ludicrous speed towards the castle. Beyond the wide field of grass, above the small bridge connecting two sides of the small clearing and slightly slowing down just to bite open the throat of a monster stupid enough to try and stop him, the former shinobi rapidly reached the doors of Hyrule Castle Town to find those open and the main square filled by the dim flames of the inhabitants' spirits. This is kind of sad. Are you sure they are not suffering? Naruto asked in concern. No, don't worry, they are not even aware of their state as spirits. Time for them is standing still. The only ones that could possibly feel something are the more spiritually aware, but they too won't feel much, Midna answered while patting his head. At least they are not in pain then. He answered sighing, watching the statue of 3 triangles in the middle of the central square. The symbol of Hyrule, the Triforce. The imp girl explained. Triforce? A long story of gods and chosen ones, probably one of which you are the substitute of, but we have no time for this now. Midna answered. They seem so at peace. The former shinobi muttered while walking on, watching with sad eyes as soldiers kept doing their rounds and kids playing as if nothing was out of ordinary. This boy. Both heard a voice say with a sigh. What the? Midna muttered with narrowed eyes as she and Naruto moved closer until they stood outside a rather hidden bar sporting the sign Telmas. Entering, they could see a woman, probably the bar's owner, watching over a young boy with bluish skin with a grimace on her face while shaking her head. Where is that blasted doctor? I called him almost an hour ago, the woman growled. That's a Zora, what is he doing here? Midna said in surprise. Zora? Those fish people? Naruto asked. Exactly them, why there is a kid of theirs in here, she answered nodding. Those soldiers talked about some kind of incident, can it be that you have something to do with that? The bar's owner said while passing a cloth on the boy's forehead. It's good that they can't see us right now, last thing we need is people panicking for a giant 9-tailed fox going around. Atsukashi said. That's true, Midna answered as she and the blonde exited the bar. Listen, this is what we will do. We will go to Lake Hylia and resolve whatever mess is stopping people from reaching the spirit spring in there. I won't accept failures, got it? A soldier said as he and his men marched in the opposite direction of the fox. Aye, Captain, the men answered as one. Sigh. Change of plans. We will visit Zelda later. For now we better go to the spirit spring and return the light to its guardian before those idiots get themselves killed. Midna said sighing. I thought that in the Twilight they were like frozen, Naruto said. I said that for them time simply doesn't flow, not that they cannot move around and live normally, the imp girl answered. This is too complicated, the former shinobi said sighing before running out of Hyrule Castle Town and towards Lake Hylia, after a brief look to a map in a near traveling agency-like shop to discover where that lake even was. Meanwhile, Castle, Zelda's room. Zelda sighed once again as she watched her people trapped in Twilight with a deep sense of sorrow filling her heart, once again berating herself for her choice of sacrificing their freedom in exchange of their lives. Yes, at least they are still alive, and as long as I have faith in Midna and her companion not everything will be lost, Midna. Zelda muttered as her mind drifted once again towards the little, cute imp girl and her stone helmet, shining eyes and adorable but... No! I have to focus. This is not the time to dwell in sinful thoughts about her or that girl that always talks about bugs, with that cute smile and flowing blonde hair, and that angelic giggle whenever a bug of hers fly near her, and... The princess muttered with a dreamy smile. No! Focus, Zelda! Focus, maybe I should invite her here for tea once this is over, then we would talk, and laugh, and bath toga dammit. The woman muttered before her loud curse rattled the windows of the whole castle. Princess Zelda was many things, a leader blessed with great wisdom, a strong woman able to put even the strongest man to shame with her willpower alone, and a leader with a little tendency towards bisexuality, not completely lesbian, but let's say that if a cute girl comes knocking she wouldn't mind some kissing, groping and a little eating OU. Damn it! A new curse forced its way out of Zelda's mouth, as once again her mind moved through sinful thoughts. If only she knew that pretty much all Hyrule knew and simply didn't care who she slept with as long as she continued being the wonderful leader they saw her as, her life would be way easier. With Naruto and Midna. Did you hear that? Sounded like a woman screaming in rage. The foxified blonde said momentarily stopping in his run. Nope. Can't hear a thing. Midna answered shrugging. Oh. Maybe I imagined it. Where are we now? He asked. In Hyrule. She answered smirking. Very funny, pipsqueak. Jaw-breaking comedy. Atsukashi said rolling her eyes. Sigh. We are looking at the Great Bridge of Hylia, a place we need to pass to reach Lake Hylia. Midna answered huffing annoyed. Did I never tell you that I have a bridge named after me? Naruto said proudly. Really? Do tell, Midna said, smirking while playfully tugging his ears. After my heroic exploits in Wave Country where I freed them from a tyrant, I got awarded with my name on the new bridge I helped protecting, he answered. And he was barely a brat when that happened, Utsukushi added. Oh. Yes, it was also where I discovered my own ninja way of life, the way in which I would have lived, and where I also lost two very special people. Even if they started as my enemies, I still look at them as great examples, Naruto added with a more sad tone. Once dealt with this spirit spring, we can talk about it if you want, Midna offered with a loving pat on his head. Thanks, but we are wasting time. Let's go, the fox said before resuming his run. Hey, it's me, or do you smell anything funny? The imp girl asked once they reached halfway through the colossal bridge. Hoy! This is oil, Naruto said in surprise. What the hell is that thing doing? Utsukushi yelled while pointing at a being wearing a skull-like mask with a bow in its hand and a flaming arrow in the other. Don't you dare! The former shinobi growled with narrowed eyes as he tried to reach for the creature. Kree! The creature shrieked as it shot the arrow, going wide eyes as a clone of the fox jumped high to intercept and destroy the projectile, while the original pounced on the Twilight being. Anything to say? Naruto growled at the creature he was holding down. Kree? The thing said with a nervous laugh. Asking for mercy? Sorry. I have none! Naruto yelled, making high-pitched screams of agony reach everywhere as he pounded the thing savagely, alternating each swipe of claws with an headbutt for good measure. Several minutes later, Lake Hylia. Stupid monsters and their stupid plots, making my life difficult for their stupid master. The former shinobi kept muttering all the way to the lake, having been forced to deal with other skull-masked monsters in his running towards there. It's okay, we are here now. We just need to find the spirit spring and free its guardian, Midna said with a reassuring tone. Consider this, keep every anger aside. Once met Sant, we will unleash everything on him so to repay him for all the courtesy he showed us, Utsukushi said, smirking. Ho. I like that plan. I can't wait to meet the bastard, he said with a cruel chuckle, unknown to him, making Zant feel a shiver run up his spine. Midna, are you sure this is Lake Hylia? I mean, I saw bigger puddles back home, the vixen asked, uncertain. There sure is very little water, that's true. From the map it seemed like a pretty big thing, Midna answered, scratching her head. Let's see if we can find some clues around here, Naruto offered as they neared the shore. There! Zoras! Maybe we can eavesdrop what they are saying and discover something, the imp girl said, pointing at a group of flames. Midna, the probabilities for us happening to pass by exactly in the moment in which they are talking about what we need are too low. The drop in water has been faster than predicted, the oldest-looking Zora of the group said with a grimace. Never mind, Naruto said, sighing in defeat. At this rate, Lake Hylia will dry up. It's a race against time, the Zora said, shaking his head. We've had absolutely no water flowing from upstream, one of the others said, sighing. There's is no mistaking it. Something must have happened at the water source in our home, the Zora domain, another guard added. Yet how are we to return upstream to our home? With the way things are now, we can't even walk back there. We will find a way. Anything else for us to conveniently say out loud for everyone happening to pass by to hear? The older Zora of the group asked. Nothing that comes to mind, the other guards answered, shaking their heads. Let's go see if we can resolve this water problem too. We may need the lake back to its former glory to find the spirit spring, Midna said. Okay, Naruto answered, nodding as he walked away. Let's try over there, near that guy with the stupid costume and makeup. Maybe we will be able to find some info in that house or hear something from him, Utsukushi said. I'm too old for this, the clown-dressed man said with a depressed sigh. Fire and Falbai's watertop land of fantastication. Our grand reopening at our new lake bottom location. He said with bitter sarcasm as his shoulders dropped down. I told him it was a bad idea. Oh yeah, it's a nice lake, But don't lakes have more water? Stupid idiot. I'd bet he got the Zoras angry upriver and they closed the whole water source out of spite, the man said, kicking the small stall near him. What do you think? Naruto asked as he walked away to find a way to reach the Zora domain. The Zoras are certainly not at fault. They too were lamenting the lack of water, and even then, angry or not, they would never put their own kingdom at risk out of spite for some humans. Midna answered. I sense some bad intention up there. Maybe our culprit is still around, Utsukushi said. And there is your culprit. Hoi! What are you trying to do? Midna yelled as another skull-masked monster started blowing on a near herb to produce a little song. He is trying to call a bird, but why? Naruto said as he knew the kind of plant the thing used. Oh, I think we are going to see what has answered, and I feel something big approaching, the humanized vixen in the seal said as the dull sound of big flapping wings grew louder and louder as something moved near them. The newly arrived creature was a winged monster with a flat disc-shaped head, the stone mask fragmented to show an eye-like shape surrounded by red lines. Brog! Brog! The avian creature trumpeted as the skull-masked archer climbed on its back to ride it. Hoi, I still possess a small part of the other Biju's abilities after taking away their chakra. See if you can use the sand around here. Utsukushi offered at seeing the archer-bird combo stay up in the air to evade the attacks. I'll try. Midna? Can you use your zone to trap them? He answered. I never did it with a flying target, but I'll try, she said, nodding. Creating a clone to distract the two monsters, the real shinobi tried to feel the sand around himself answer to his call. To his dismay, the lack of hands for the hand seals stopped him to achieve any result. Damn it! Okay, new plan. Walk on walls and then strike, the fox said, snarling angrily before running towards the wall of rock surrounding the lake, jumping high to evade a new volley of flaming arrows to walk vertically on the wall, and then jumping at Mach speed towards the monstrous bird once high enough. Take this, Midna said as her dark-colored zone surrounded her and Naruto, paralyzing beast and archer. And now, my appetizer! Itadakimasu! Naruto said, latching to the bird with his claws and tails to deliver several powerful bites to the avian monster, making the group fall down on the ground. Huff! The skull-masked archer groaned as it tumbled on the ground in pain. It's your turn now! Die! The foxified blonde growled as he pounced on the scared archer. Oh dear! All that bloodlust! And that anger! Oh! Utsukushi muttered as her eyes fluttered close with a low moan. This is hardly the time to get aroused, we still have to reach the Zora, Midna said from her sitting position on the bird's head. You already found a substitute? Do I mean so little to you, Midna-chan? Naruto asked in fake hurt. No, you idiot! I just borrowed this one. Had you killed it, we would have been without a way to reach those fish people. You can't mimic the sound of that grass by howling, and that fool used the last musical herb to call those birds. The imp girl answered rapidly. Sorry. I was joking. But you could have just whistled, or let me take you there by walking on the walls, he answered. Why wasting energy when we have this little thing carry us around? And I don't know how to whistle actually, she said, blushing deep green. Remember me to teach you then, the transformed blonde said with a smile. Okay. Careful now, I'll have our friend here take us to the water source of the lake, and you, if you've hurt the fox, I am going to cook you for dinner, she answered, smiling, the last part hissed in the ear of the monstrous bird, making it nod rapidly in understanding. Said that the avian creature carefully took the big nine-tailed fox in its talons to take it high in the air, following Midna's directions towards the Zora domain at the source of Lake Hylia. Arrows! Aro-oaus! Naruto yelled as dozens of flaming projectiles came down, raining on them. Trust me! I know how to drive this thing! Midna answered as she made the beast fly down in a nosedive. Really? The blonde said, relieved. No, but I am learning! The imp girl answered, smirking as she made the bird move in a corkscrew maneuver to throw few archers down from the shooting posts. Kyah! The foxified shinobi shrieked as the flying got even more daring and dangerous the more enemies came out to shot them. We! Faster! Faster, you stupid bird! Midna cheered loudly as she kept dodging stalactites and arrows by mere inches. You okay down there? She asked with a wide smile. Bleak! I'll take your puking as a yes, the girl said smirking. Whoa! Come on, this is awesome! They are demolishing those pillars of rocks to kill us! This is so cool! Midna yelled as she dodged the new form of death falling on them. I am gonna die! First I'll throw up again, then I am gonna die! Naruto howled as he went dragged along. If we are gonna die, then make love to me a last time before our demise! Atsukushi said, hugging the blonde from the seal. This is not the moment for Twilight! The blonde yelled as the monster bird moved up at rapid speed along a giant rock to evade it. Come on! We have reached the upper river of the Zora, you drama queen! Midna said as she forced the bird to drop the fox before return on Naruto's back with a wide smile. See? We made it! Wasn't that fun? She said, grinning. I'll answer in 10 minutes, when my stomach will stop trying to switch place with my lungs. Naruto answered weakly. Don't be so melodramatic, let's look for the village of the Zoras instead, Midna said while gently kicking his sides. I am going, Naruto muttered, sighing, nearing the near spirit. It's cold here, by the way, she muttered, shivering. Lean closer, he said, pushing her against his back with his long tails. Thank you, the girl muttered with a small smile as she leaned closer on his back to share his warmth. Those damn Zoras! What's up with them? The spirit, a young woman with a thick afro hairstyle on her head, said with an angry frown. The river is run dry. What the hell? I can't work like this, and now I am cold too, she said, sighing. It means that we are still far from the source of the problem. Let's continue, Midna said, pointing at a cave probably moving deeper in the mountain. Okay, the former shinobi answered, nodding. Reaching a part on the dried-up bottom of the river leading to the cave, the nine-tailed fox and Midna followed the long, cold tunnel trying to reach the source of the river and hopefully the Zoras. When they reached a wide cave, though, they could only gape with wide eyes at what in front of them. Oh hey, what's going on here? I thought it was getting colder, but who would have thought that it would be all frozen? Midna said in disbelief at seeing everything covered in a thick layer of ice with veritable towers of ice sprouting here and there from the floor of the cave. This is not normal. We should have at least started to see few Zora scouting around if we are nearing their village, but why I can't see any then? Naruto asked while looking around. That is also true. Come on, let's check things out and find the Zoras, Midna said while still lying down on the shinobi's furred back. Hold tight, we'll climb that huge mountain of ice, he answered as he sprinted forward to run vertically on the tall frozen waterfall, jumping to the side and bouncing from the walls and back whenever an unstable block of ice came out to fall on them. How long before we arrive? I am freezing, Midna muttered with a shiver. Almost there, I can see a light in that room, Naruto said as he moved even faster up the tall ice mountain and finally reaching the entrance of a room decorated by an arch seemingly made of roots. Shadow beasts! Atsukushi yelled as the three monstrous creatures dropped from the ceiling as soon as the foxified blonde entered. Jubitimate! There is Zan's hand in this then, eh? Well, let's see if we can correct this, Naruto said with narrowed eyes as he pounced on the first creature to bite down on its throat to throw it against the others. Jumping to the side to evade a vicious hammer punch of a beast, the fox answered by headbutting the attacker, splinting into its mask/face, making it screech in agony as its head whipped back from the blow. Jumping on the head of the falling shadow beast, Naruto grabbed into the claw of another to slam it against the wall, surprised to feel Midna use her powers to stop the third monster behind him. The idiot tried to sneak on you, Midna said, smirking. I got surprised only once, now I felt him move, don't worry, but thanks, he answered, tackling the paralyzed beast to cover its throat in enough bites to almost behead it. 1 down, 2 to go, Atsukushi said, cheering. Incoming! Midna yelled as both the remaining shadow beasts jumped towards the blonde with their claws at ready. 2 against 1, not fair for you, Naruto said, grinning as he rapidly jumped back, using the surprised reaction of the two monster to tear off the arm of one of the two while clawing the other's chest open with a claw swipe of his. And the last one dead, the humanized vixen said, smirking as the wounds took care of the last remaining shadow beast, making it collapse, the three dead monsters turning to black smoke, then forming a portal up in the sky. At least now we can use that to come here without repeating the whole trip with the bird, Midna said with a displeased pout. Hooray! No more crazy flying! Naruto instead was cheering happily with a wide smile on his foxy face. I am not that bad at driving, am I? The imp girl muttered, blushing. No dear, you are worse, Utsukushi said with a reassuring tone before laughing loudly at her offended expression. Stop it, you two! Did you see any Zora around? This place is empty, Naruto said, frowning at the completely empty room. Down! Look below the ice, Midna said with wide eyes. What the fuck? The transformed shinobi said in shock. Those are Zoras, the imp girl said, shocked. Dozens upon dozens of Zoras were trapped in the solid block of ice, and while everyone was pretty much wearing masks, the blonde and the Biju could swear that not one of them was any bit shocked, and that meant frozen solid in an instant. Whatever happened had been so sudden to not leave them time to react or even notice the thing. As we suspected, we can remove completely a natural event from the causes. Nothing natural can freeze this much water fast enough to trap all of them down there, Utsukushi said with narrowed eyes. What in the world happened? Zant did this. Why? Midna muttered as they moved out of the room. Do a crazy bastard need a motivation? Maybe he thought that they were in the way of his plans. Or he simply decided to randomly attack them, I don't know. Naruto answered, snarling. What are we gonna do? We can't leave them like this, Utsukushi said. For that we'll need to thaw them out, Midna answered. But how? In my fox body I can't use jutsu, and even then, a fire one big enough to melt all this ice may end up hurting them as well, Naruto said, grimacing. We have a portal now. Let's see if we can find a way to thaw them out somewhere else, Midna offered. The Gorons! Maybe they can help us, Naruto said in realization. The problem will be talk to them as a fox. You will need to explain to them what happened to have you turn into an animal, the imp girl answered. It's just a first idea. Would you be able to take here some volcanic stones? A few dozens big enough should be able to raise the temperature enough to start melting it, so to slowly free them, the humanized vixen said. It may take a while, but yes, I can bring some here, prove that the Gorons are open to lend us some of those scorching hot rocks. We can at least try, Naruto said. Will, it's worth a try. Midna said as she used her powers to have both she and the big fox into a portal. Meanwhile, with Jiraiya, the Toad Sage was slowly walking through Hyrule Castle town, trying to ignore the constant prickling at the back of his head he had started feeling ever since he passed that strange wall. And that thing now acts like a wall, not letting me out, the old man muttered, walking through the streets. People doesn't seem to notice though, he then added as he watched people walk normally around him. He was feeling like frozen in place even while moving, and that was not a comfortable thought. Even if he himself was unable to understand that he was now blocked in an endless instant thanks to the veil of twilight covering the area. Hoy, stranger! You seem like one needing a pint even more than a breath of fresh air. What about a drink? Telma said with a smile from the entrance of her bar. Not now, I am looking for someone, Jiraiya answered, waving her off. I work in this place. Chances are I have seen him, or someone I know will see him sooner or later, the woman answered, winking. Sigh. Just a glass, the spy master answered, shrugging. 2 hours later. Oh God! Oh God, please let me go, Jiraiya pleaded while struggling with the ropes tying him to the bed. No, sweet cheeks. We have barely started, Telma said while lightly slapping his knee with a riding crop. Do you do this with every client? He asked, swallowing hard while cursing the moment of light flirting he had with the woman as a joke. Only with the ones that managed to fan the hidden flames in these old bones, pretty boy, she answered with an hungry smirk. I am in a relationship already. Tsunade will be angry if I cheat on her. Jiraiya tried saying, oblivious that his answer had Tsunade shiver in dread in response all the way back in Konoha. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. Telma answered, crushing Jiraiya's crotch under her high heels. Mercy? The Toad Sage said, whimpering. No, the safe word is banana, remember. She answered, putting a ball gag in his mouth. Ha-na-ha! 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 Jiraiya shrieked from his gag while shaking his head wildly. Banana! 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 It will be the equivalent of several hours later when Telma will finally let go of Jiraiya, making the limping sage leave the bar with a shocked expression from all the kinky things he had been subjected to, more than half even him didn't know existed, that while feeling really good had took a toll on him not even the shinobi war managed to match. Come back anytime you want, sexy ass! My door is always open! Telma said, smirking while taking a celebratory sip from her pint. Despite himself, Jiraiya couldn't stop an eager grin from surfacing on his face as he tiredly, and slowly, walked towards Lake Hylia, where he thought he would have found news about Naruto from the various guards trying to resolve whatever issue that was taking place in there. While Telma was having her deranged way with Jiraiya, with Naruto and Midna. The foxified blonde, after having finally convinced Starbus and the others of actually being Naruto, was being led by the still bruised Goron leader, his daughter and few others towards a secluded area of the mines. You need hot rocks? Then I'll give you the hottest. This thing had been spit out from Death Mountain just few minutes ago. We were actually wondering what to do with this, Starbus said as a rock as tall as the old Hokage Tower in Konoha was slowly appearing in front of them as they walked forward. Holy fuck! That's a big rock, Naruto said in wonder. That thing crashed here? That must have been a giant boom, Midna added with a nod. Is this a big enough rock? Starbus asked seriously. We can see if we can find a bigger one otherwise, Gormane added, nodding. I think it will go just fine. But can you actually move it, Midna? Naruto asked aloud. TCH. Don't underestimate me. Watch and be amazed, the imp girl answered, surfacing in front of the two as a shadowy silhouette. You sure have the strangest friends, brother, Starbus muttered. Nah. She is awesome, and cute too, Naruto answered, making Midna blush and Mine discreetly glare at her with narrowed eyes. As I was saying, I am going to warp this to the Zora. A little silence as I need to warp something big. Unnin. HAA. Midna said with her eyes closed tight in concentration before shooting a thick ray of light from her hair-made hand, making the giant rock float in the sky. Holy quartz, she did it! A guard yelled with wide eyes. Now go to the Zora's little rock! Midna ordered, making the rock turn into microscopic fragments rapidly sucked into the portal they used to reach the mountain. Wonderful! Thank you, Starbus-san, that should be enough to help us go on with our mission, Naruto said happily. It was nothing, brother, at least you helped us get rid of that thing, Starbus answered, waving him off. Pay attention out there, those monsters will never stop attacking you until you complete the mission the spirits gave you, Elder Gorkoran said, patting the former shinobi's back. I'll be okay, don't worry, the blonde replied. We need to go, we still need to save the Zoras and free the spirit spring in there, Utsukushi said. Right, goodbye everyone, and thank you for everything you have done to help me, Naruto said. We have our honor, human. You helped us and so it's normal that we help you back. You are one of our brothers now, just squishy instead of rock hard, Mine said haughtily. Oh, I assure you, brat. Where it counts he is even harder than rock, Midna said, smirking. Midna! Naruto yelled, scandalized as the imp girl made both disappear in the portal. Where it counts, PPP pervert, Gormane muttered in confusion before the meaning dawned on her, making her face almost melt from how red it had become as she screamed her answer at Midna's words. An instant later, Zora's domain. Before the two heroes could arrive, the giant flaming stone came out from the portal right above the chamber holding the frozen tribe, and with a deafening explosion of breaking ice soon followed by high-pressure steam and water, The river that was behind Lake Hylia's existence got finally free to return to flow in a burst of power that blew away the few skull-masked monsters still roaming around. Soon after everything calmed down, a big nine-tailed fox with an imp girl riding his back soon appeared from the same portal. Something as dangerous as a rock shoot out from a volcano actually did come in handy, Midna said while watching the few little rubbles remaining from the giant rock's explosion flowing away with the water. Yep. The Zoras are safe now, maybe we can ask them about the spirit spring, Naruto answered as he neared the group of flames sitting here and there around the room. I can help you with that, hero chosen by the goddesses, a melodious voice said in gratitude. What the? Midna said in surprise as a ghostly figure appeared in front of them in the middle of the room in the shape of a giant mermaid-like woman looking at them with a gentle smile on her divine face, on the back of her head a long tail reaching her back in place of normal hair. Please, as a way for me to thank you for revitalizing both my people and this spring, which is the water source for all the lands of Hyrule, the woman said with a gentle smile. I did it because it was the right thing to do, it was a pleasure to help you others, Naruto answered grinning. Grrrr! Utsukushi roared with narrowed eyes at the woman. Mine! Midna muttered sneering while hugging the fox. Thank you, young hero. In life, I was the elder of this Zora village and the queen of my people. I was called Ritella, the woman answered, signaling at the former shinobi to move closer. Not to be rude, but we didn't exactly do it for you guys, Midna said casually. There is no reason to lie, little girl, the ghost said, laughing amused at the imp girl's pout. The Dark Ones, they raided this village and, as a message to my people, executed me before them, Ritella said with a sad tone. Bastards! Naruto muttered with a furious growl. Don't let anger cloud your eyes, young man. You who take the form of a beast and yet remains proud and honorable no matter what, I have something to ask you, the dead queen of the Zora pleaded. Oh God, everyone we meet needs something. This is getting ridiculous, Utsukushi said, groaning in disbelief. What do you need from me, Ritella? Naruto asked. When the Dark Ones descended upon our village, I sent my young one, Rallis, to Hyrule Castle to inform Princess Zelda of our fate, but I fear danger followed him from this doomed place. I feel it, I can feel his presence growing fainter to me over time, the ghostly woman said in sorrow. It must be that Zora kid we saw in that bar, Midna whispered in Naruto's ear. I think I have seen him, Naruto said to the dead queen. I see, my time in this world has passed, and though I would give it gladly, I no longer have a life to risk in his rescue. Please, would you save my dearest Prince Rallis? If you do this thing for me, I will bestow upon you the protection of water, she answered. The protection of water? Midna asked. The power to grant you the ability to swim and respire in very deep water as if you were a Zora, but please, save my son, Ritella pleaded before fading away. Let me guess, you want to help her, Midna said, sighing. She is a mother worried for her son, you can't expect me to ignore that, right? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Especially since she is a mother returning from the grave for the well-being of her baby, you are especially vulnerable to that kind of thing, Utsukushi added, shaking her head. Fine. At least she'll grant you the power to swim in deep water like a Zora if we help her. We won't exactly work for free. Okay, let's go save the boy, Midna said in defeat. I am still a fox, maybe we should first reach the spirit spring, the blonde said. Oh right, you can't meet a prince while looking like a beast, And how exactly? The ice melted and the whole explosive melting has sped up the flow of water. We'll need another method to return to Lake Hylia. Let the water take you there then? The imp girl asked. Sigh. I hate the smell of wet fur. Naruto sighed as he jumped in the water to swim back to the now hopefully refilled lake. Few minutes later, Lake Hylia. The lake was indeed back to its former glory, covering almost completely the area under the bridge with its transparent clean, sparkling water. Nice. It's a cool place after all, the foxified young man said, chuckling. And there's the spirit spring, Midna added, pointing in a more secluded area. This one is hidden underground, must be the shy one of the light spirits. Let's go hear what it says other than please recover my light. I hope this one will be more helpful than the others. Utsukushi said as Naruto and Midna rushed inside the cave leading to the spring. As expected, in the middle of the underground chamber holding the small speck of water of the spirit spring they could see the lonely cluster of small lights forming the remaining body of the light spirit. I am the last of the spirits of light, consumed by the power of Twilight, the mass of light said. Hero, chosen one of the gods, you have done well to make it this far, the light said weakly. Should I start to feel worried? Naruto muttered. I too find his words worrying, but let's hear what he wants to say. Midna answered. Please gather my scattered tears of light that were stolen by the shadows, and gather them in this, the spirit said as the light vessel once again came floating up on the waters of the spring. Here we go, not helping us until we recover that light. Why am I still surprised, I wonder? Utsukushi said, sighing. Can you at least show us where those bugs are hiding? Naruto asked. Yes, I was sure you knew by now the forms that those dark insects take. I am glad. So please, collect my light and lift the final cloud of twilight that threatens to cover all of Hyrule. The spirit of light pleaded. I'll do it, don't worry, Naruto answered, nodding before leaving. I am happy that this will be the last one. This hunt for bugs is annoying, Midna said, yawning. Yeah, anything, Utsu-chan? The former shinobi asked. Keeping my sense sharp, but nothing, the vixen answered. This only means one thing, we'll need to look for them from an higher point of view, Midna said, smirking. No, please no, Midna-chan, I'll do whatever you want. Just do not call that bird again, Naruto pleaded, shaking his head in the negative. Everything? The imp girl asked with narrowed eyes. Yes? He tried saying warily. She muttered with a moan before lightly slapping herself. No! That can wait! We still have things to do, she said while floating away from him. Wait? What can wait? The former shinobi asked. H8. There it is, Midna said as she took a very recognizable herb. Hoi! Don't touch that, Naruto pleaded, but before he could grab her the girl had already played the same song she had heard the skull-masked monster play before. Oh gods, why? He whimpered as the faraway trumpet-like call of the monstrous bird echoed in answer as the huge animal drew closer. Yeah! Here we go! Midna cheered happily as she mounted the bird, ordering it to grab the fox before flying high in the sky with the transformed shinobi's cry of denial shocked the whole area. Up and down, nose dives, corkscrew maneuvers inside and outside the area around Lake Hylia and even all the way back to Hyrule Castle Town where Midna just teared up at a rooftop with the wild dive the Twilight bird made to crush one of the bugs holding the spirit's light on its mask-like face before returning back to the lake where she dumped the sickened Naruto in the water to have him recover while she abandoned the mutated animal. Good! That was way faster than last time, yes? Isn't it better like this? She asked, grinning. No. It wasn't, Naruto answered with a bitter glare that made her flinch a little. Come on. Don't be angry at me, I don't like that, she muttered. Fine, I won't, but I want a kiss in exchange, he answered, grinning, openly ignoring the annoyed grumbling coming from the seal. You tease, she answered before giving a small kiss to the tip of his nuzzle. See? All better now. How many bugs do we still have to catch? He asked. Let's see, only one, Midna answered once checked the vessel of light. I can feel it, it's pretty close, Utsukushi said bitterly, only to smirk when the blonde momentarily flashed in the seal with her for an hug and a quick kiss/tongue war. Okay, how close is it? He asked while looking around. It was in that moment that a thin, sharp finger tapped the fox on the shoulder, making both almost jump out of their skin at the sudden appearance. There it was, the ugliest, biggest and most disgusting bug either shinobi, biju or imp girl from the Twilight had ever seen, with a bulbous, huge body sporting 6 bright orange pustules shining in contrast to the dark purple body, 6 skinny legs flaying around erratically and a pair of wings that normally shouldn't be able to carry all that twitching mass. Even Shino would have found the thing disgusting. Naruto just knew that after a mere glimpse at the drooling pincers as they snapped at him, and Midna. "Oh, that close then," he muttered. "Can we scream now? I really need to." Utsukushi asked. "On 3? Midna said. 1, 2, 3. The fox said as he and the 2 girls took in a huge breath. "Ayayawa! Ayaya! Ayayawa! Raya-af!" The giant bug yelled in answer as it pounced on the foxified blonde plus imp. With the spirit spring. "Hero Namakes, thank you for what you are doing for us. The goddesses will repay your help greatly," the spirit said softly as he heard the disgusted screams of both Naruto and Midna from outside. "Oh gods! Stop attacking it! That thing's spraying pus everywhere!" Midna shrieked in horror. "How am I supposed to kill it then?" Naruto yelled in answer. "If only I could see what is happening out there, but my powers are diminished to the bare minimum." The spirit muttered curious. "Kayaya! Those are not pustules. Those are tentacles. Why they have TOB tentacles?" The new scream of the imp girl came as a surprise as her shrilly voice broke the sound barrier. Back with Naruto and Midna, 1 hour later. Gwawa! With a last cry of agony, the last huge insect fell down in the water before dispersing in a cloud of black smoke, letting go of the last spark of light that went then rapidly sealed in the vessel in Midna's hands. "I hate bugs! I hate insects! I hate them all!" Naruto yelled in rage as he and Midna were covered from head to toe, or tail in the blonde's case, in white yellowish sticky pus and other fluids came out from the bug's wounds. "Gurgle! I need a bath, a long bath," Midna said whimpering, biting down the need to puke of sheer force of will. "Yes, first a bath, then the light spirit," the fox answered as both moved to clean themselves thoroughly from the smelly goop covering them. They soon were in front of the light spirit that they just knew was looking at them smugly as to say, "See? It wasn't hard, right?" prompting the 3 heroes to growl as soon as the mass of lights appeared in front of them. "I'll be in there if you need me. Done this, we'll have to focus on the Zora Prince and finding the remaining fused shadow," Midna said before disappearing as light returned to Lake Hylia and surrounding area. "Got it," Naruto answered once returned to his human body. From the spirit spring a new figure arose, a giant snake holding in its colossal mouth a sun-like sphere of light. "Okay, now that is an impressive light spirit," Utsukushi said in approval. "Hero Namakes, my name is Lanayru. Your efforts have at last restored each of us light spirits in Hyrule," Lanayru said grateful. "It was the least I could do to help, especially since you had no one there that could do something," Naruto answered with a gentle smile. "O hero chosen by the gods, the dark power you seek, it waits in a temple set in the bed of Lake Hylia, but before seeking it, you must bear witness to something, and never forget it," the light spirit answered. "No! Don't listen to him!" Midna yelled in horror. "Midna? It is his right to know," Lanayru answered calmly. "Don't tell him, he'll hate us, he'll hate me," the imp girl said, shaking her head wildly, the last part just a whisper the blonde caught only because of his sharper senses resulting from Utsukushi's presence in him. "It was the will of the goddesses that we lock away the forbidden power. He must know what you are trying to recover," Lanayru answered. "And you did a damn good job. 2 pieces completely corrupted whatever they touched because you decided to leave them lie around unchecked," Naruto said sneering. "Hey, I still believe in you, okay? I am here," he then said, hugging Midna as tight as he could. "Okay," she muttered before returning inside his shadow. "When all was chaos, the goddesses descended and gave order and life to the world. They granted power equally to all who dwelt in the light, and then returned to the heavens. Those lands where the goddesses first descended came to be known as sacred lands," Lanayru explained. "Get to the point, what happened that fucked up things so much?" Naruto asked with crossed arms. "For ages the people lived at ease, content in mind and body, until a great battle ensued," the light spirit answered. "Let me guess, someone decided to reach the sacred lands for some reason?" Naruto asked. Exactly, among those living in the light interlopers who excelled at magic appeared, and by wielding powerful sorcery they tried to establish dominion over the sacred realm. Ugh! I am getting bad. Madara. Vibrations here, Utsukushi said with narrowed eyes. It was then that the goddesses ordered us three light spirit to intervene and we sealed away the great magic those ones had mastered. Lanayru said. The fused shadows. Naruto muttered, making Midna flinch visibly. Exactly. O hero chosen by the goddesses, beware! Those who do not know the danger of wielding power will, before long, be ruled by it. Never forget that. Look in the sleeping lakebed temple in Lake Hylia, and there you'll find the dark power you seek, the light spirit said before slowly fading away. Without saying a word, Naruto just walked out to look at the still water of the lake in silence. That did it, he hates me now, Midna thought in sadness. What a bunch of bullshit, she heard him say, snarling. Eh? The imp girl said, floating out of his shadow instantly to look at him in the eyes. The dark power we sealed away from the evil monsters that were masters of magic and blah blah blah, as if I don't know how power works and how it corrupts people, the blonde said while walking on the water towards the shore. You are not angry? Midna asked in surprise. Sit here, Midna-chan. I think it's time me and Utsukushi explain to you what a Jinchuriki and a Biju really are. Trust me, if I got things right between me and the fused shadow there is not a lot of difference then, he answered before sitting on the sandy shore of Lake Hylia, patting the spot next to himself. Okay, she answered as she floated in a sitting position near his head. A little background. All started when a man named Hagoromo fought against his mother Kagaya. The former shinobi started saying with a calm voice, ready to fill his small friend with as many details about the elemental countries, his life and what brought him to Hyrule, so to once and for all help Midna realize why he had so vehemently defended her and the Twilight realm, and why he didn't judge her mission to retrieve the fused shadow as negatively as she feared. It was high time she too learned something about the strange man she decided to ask help to and his life before his arrival in the foreign land guarded by the goddesses. Omake, Jiraiya's Hylian misadventures, breaking up. Konoha, Hokage office. Shizen, I have a problem, Tsunade said while rereading for the fourth time the last letter Jiraiya had sent her after his second visit to Hyrule, after the goddesses finally stopped broadcasting smut in everyone's mind, having deemed the overwhelming jealousy both men and women were now irradiating at the mere mentioning of them or Naruto's name enough. What is it, Lady Tsunade? The loyal assistant answered, curious. Read this. I think Jiraiya just broke up with me, the woman said with a confused expression. What? Dear Tsunade, I am sorry, but I finally found a kindred spirit here in Hyrule in the form of Telmaheim, a woman whose love and passion is all-encompassing and boundless. I hope you will find in your heart the strength to move on, but we were probably not meant to be. You two were in a relationship? Shizen asked. Not that I was aware of. He just used to make some perverted remark about me and my posing for his book. Does it mean that even the perverts are starting to ditch me? Tsunade said slowly. That's it. If even a super pervert has moved on, it means that I'll have to take matters in my hands, Shizen said while grabbing Tsunade's hand to drag her. Where are we going? Tsunade asked. To find you a man, Lady Tsunade. If even Jiraiya-sama has admitted defeat, it means that your situation is getting desperate. We'll start with some blind dating before hitting chat rooms and singles nights at the bar. If worse come to worse, we'll put an ad in the local newspaper and hope for the best, Shizen explained. I am not such a desperate case, right? The Senju woman asked, now positively worried about remaining alone. I really hope not, but I do believe in miracles, Shizen answered before kicking open the door of one of the most crowded bar of Konoha. For some reason, I find that answer more insulting than what it should be, Tsunade muttered with long streams of tears escaping her eyes as she went dragged through every possible bar, night, stall where free men and women usually stalked when looking for a partner. Meanwhile, Hyrule, Telma's bar. Hey, sweetie! Look what I found! Jiraiya said while merrily showing a pair of furry handcuffs with a lecherous grin. So the bad boy returned? The punishment was not enough then, Telma answered with a glint in her eyes. Who said that I will be the one tied to the bed this time? The Toad Sage answered. Took you long enough to come here in Hyrule, my dear. I was starting to lose hope about finding my ideal man, she answered. Same goes for me. Had I known, I would have looked out for you sooner, Jiraiya answered, grinning like mad at watching the bar's owner walk with a sway of her hips towards the door to move the sign on the closed side. That day and the next Telma's will fail to open, but at least Naruto had one problem less to worry about while running around Hyrule being a hero. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Tremor 230, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.